Good to see you, everyone. My name is Robbie Howell, and welcome to Enclave Day, although it's going to be probably several weeks after Enclave Day when this actually gets uploaded. I am here with three fine friends, all of whom have hosted for this Enclave Day, and so this is the mission that we are doing to thank them for that. You've hopefully seen all of them before. They've been on missions on this channel, but just in case you haven't, let's do introductions, beginning with Julian.
Well, hello there. I am Julian. I have been around for a while on the server, doing a lots of things. So if you ever end up here, you will probably meet me at some point. And I'm very much looking forward to showing what this new class that Tomáš and I have made can do.
Indeed, this brings up a great point that we have two completely new classes on this mission that we will be learning about as we play. Up next, Tomáš.
Hello, I'm Tomáš. I'm very much looking forward to the thank you mission, hosted at 1 in the morning. So as you can see, bright light in here. But just bear with me for 3 or 4 more hours and we are going to have actual sunlight in this room. So looking forward to it.
Second day in a row, too, for both of you.
Yes.
And finally, Aliizi.
I am Aliizi. I am playing a Samaritan. She doesn't really act like one, but that remains to be seen. Very much looking forward to this mission.
Marvelous. That's a perfect stepping off point for a brief summary of characters in that same order. Julian, who will you be playing?
Yeah, well, I will be playing a Raubritter by the name of Gideon. He is one of the big playtest characters that we used when designing this class.
Mm-hmm.
So he's been around and he's done some things. And yeah, I think he's the second worst person I've played through all of my Enclave things, so it's going to be fun.
Perfect. And next up, Tomáš, who will you be playing?
I am going to be playing, I don't know why I wanted to say the Hive. The Hive is not being played today. Instead it's going to be Ri'ik, who is a brand new character. Haven't tested him yet, so we'll see. But my goal here was to create a character with little to no morals, so up
Excellent.
to be seen.
And lastly, Aliizi, who will you be playing?
I will be playing Gina. She is a terrible Samaritan. I've put a lot of conduit cards into her, so she's higher level than she should be. And she is a literal gremlin.
Yeah. And all of these characters are going to be playing... all of these characters are playing completely new classes, and as such, I'll be having the players explain what things do as those things come up. So, with that said, here was the mission statement, or the focus words, rather, that I was given. I was given the focus words, Wanderwall, with an A. The fall of the Roman Empire did not go far enough. And look him in the eyes and tell him that's not your knife. Okay. And with that, here is what I came to. You are being sent to a massive span of fortification. Think similar to the Great Wall of China, but larger and spanning a longer distance. However, the once mighty nation that for centuries at this point held this fortification has fallen. And the many conquerors that are filtering their way in now hold it and are effectively taking the opportunity to exact petty tribal differences and disagreements over each other to prevent them access to the promised land of plunder that all are currently converging towards. You are going to be porting in with a relatively small caravan of Malkans. Malkans are a nomadic people, mostly merchants. And this particular group of Malkans has heard the going is good here and are trying to get through into the fallen empire's lands. Your goal is to get them through the gate by any means necessary. Now, this particular gate that they've come to, as you might imagine, is a pretty busy spot. There are people on both sides who are going to be of various statuses towards the Malkans and each other. They not only consist of remnant soldiers of the fallen empire, but also of several of the factions that have swarmed in and contributed to its downfall, and a few other opportunists who have kind of swum in as well to get while the going is good. The two big ones to be concerned about, and many, many others will come up by there. Actually, rather, the three ones to be concerned about are, one, the Sir sign. I will put this in chat for you guys. The Sir sign are a incredibly concerted group of warriors from the north. They were one of the biggest contributors to the Empire's fall, and not only do they have probably the strongest military presence out of all of the factions here, but if you had to say one faction were in charge, it would be them, but only by 15% versus the next. In terms of 100% control, they have like a 15% share, and the next highest has like 12. So it's not particularly close, or rather, it's very close, but it's not. They don't have anywhere near de facto control. Second one, the Vame. The Vame are from the distant islands. They came in from the sea. The Vame and the Sersine hate each other and will do anything to defeat each other. They consider each other greater enemies than the fallen empire that they both pillaged. And the tensions between them are only barely contained. And lastly is a faction called the Horde of the Arm. The Armites, you can call them Armites if you want. They are rather unusual. Because they are not an ethnically based faction here. Rather, they take in pretty much anyone who is willing to pledge fealty to their leaders. And they are, they don't have as much of a share as the Sir sign, they are nonetheless very powerful and have a lot more political sway because most of the civilians of the Fallen Empire trust them to not kill them more than the other factions. So they're the ones who are most trusted by normal people, of whom there are plenty as well, remnants of the Fallen Empire. In terms of the Fallen Empire itself, I just realized I never actually gave you a name for it. I will put it in chat. Y-N. So a rather complicated political situation. Do with this whatever you will. You can kill whoever you need to kill. You can bribe whoever you need to bribe. You can commit whatever atrocities or lack thereof you wish to do. The Malkans must get through the gate, and the Malkans must not die. End of note, Malkans don't like fighting. They're pretty decent assassins, though they're not sneak into your house and kill you assassins. They're invite you in for dinner and stab you while you're drunk assassins. But they don't like to fight, and they will flee an all-out brawl no matter what. So with all of those gajillion names thrown at you, questions?
The Malkans are not a new faction, are they? I think
No.
I recognize them.
I've used the Malkans many times. They're one of my favorites.
Yeah. This doesn't sound particularly difficult, which just makes me more afraid, to be honest. So we'll see.
Yeah. Questions?
None.
So if any of them die, it's an instant mission failure.
Among the Malkans, maybe one casualty could be acceptable. However, the Enclave, let's put it this way. If any of them die directly due to your negligence, mission fail. If one dies and it's kind of beyond your control, okay, we can accept this. But yeah, they should be protected very carefully. Other questions? Nice.
Nice.
In that case, I'm very glad that this rather confusing premise has not led to any too ridiculous questions. So in that case, I say we move straight on to assembly. These three absolutely whack-ass characters brought together in Enclave HQ simultaneously in one of the plush, beautifully fitted assembly rooms, outfitted with every creature comfort your characters might need, plus a faceless Enclave attendant and telepads in the far corner. Let us begin with a physical description of your character and the first actions they take upon entering assembly. We'll begin with Gideon, and if you would include your Knecht, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah. So Gideon is like used to be really muscular and is still somewhat tall, though recent years have put quite a few pounds on top of that frame.
Mm.
And as a result, the kind of uniform he wears, which used to be really form-fitting, is somewhat bulging around his body. And following behind, there's just like a small teenage boy wearing a similar ill-fitting uniform, not because the Knecht is so big, but rather because he has yet to grow into it. And the Knecht is lugging around this big metal barrel, which is the hand cannon.
Nice.
Everything else is somewhat attached to Gideon at this very moment.
And what would be his first actions upon entering assembly?
He will just source the closest bowl of food that he can find and just grab it up and lean into a corner and indulge on it.
Excellent. And next, Ri'ik. Physical description and first actions.
Okay, so Ri'ik is mostly undead, somewhat undead at the very least. He's sort of like a Frankenstein monster sort of thing, some like various parts stitched on. Most importantly, he is entirely missing his human head, which has been replaced by the head of a great raven. So that is quite a striking feature. Other than that, he just has like a vest of animal furs, bare-chested otherwise, and not much more beyond that. His movements are usually quite skittish, sort of like looking around at all times, trying to, just like observe everything around him, being a bird.
Excellent. And first actions upon entering assembly.
All right. Barges in, probably like slams the door more than he should. Mace on the shoulder, just screeches at the top of his lungs like, "Hello!"
And lastly, Gina. Physical description and first actions.
Yep. Gina is 2'11", giant ears, big toothy grin. She has green skin and is dressed in a brown, tattered homemade habit. Are there any windows to this room?
In the assembly room, I normally envision it as no, but if you would like to, I'm open to it.
Cool. Gina would like to jump through the window. I considered having her kick down doors, but that's Artis's thing, so
Yes, indeed.
she likes to jump through windows.
Sure. Is this like a smashing it open, or like the window happens to be open already thing?
No, smashing it.
Yep.
The
window smoothly
and just kind of
repairing itself whenever she's not looking.
Nice. She sort of lands on like a heap in a little ball. She's got a normal common item lighter, a giant great axe, as well as the normal Samaritan gear. But she uses those two significantly more than the rest. Only really using the Asclepion as kind of a walking stick. She gets to her feet, takes stock of her teammates who are Rebriters. It's like, no need to pretend around them. Just like throws her hood off, whips out the battle axe. Hi, I'm Gina.
And given that Ri'ik was the first one to introduce himself, responses to Gina before anything else.
Yeah, Ri'ik sort of like looks sideways, like his head is just sort of like looking. Exactly. And he again repeats the same, like at the top of his lungs, like, hello! And at the same time, there's thoughts racing in his mind whether he should eat that thing right now, because he has no concerns over what is sentient life and what is a human life form. So that is what he's considering.
Indeed. Follow-ups from Ri'ik after that before we jump back to Gina and then Gideon.
Nothing. He just observes. You said Ri'ik. Maybe you meant
Gideon. Ri'ik, exactly.
Yeah, no. Just sort of like observing. Mostly like looking at the other two, how they are going to socialize. Ri'ik is not that experienced yet at talking to people.
Quite. And Gina, would you have any follow-ups after Ri'ik actually greets you?
No, aside from turning to Julian's character. Gideon, yes. Mm-hmm. Turn to Gideon. Hi.
And Gideon, as these two absolute units enter the room, what would you do?
He will respond to the hi with a nod as he is busy scowling at his knecht. The knecht, mouth agape, standing next to Ri'ik, in utter disbelief that such a thing could even exist, only to be punched in the shoulder by Gideon. Boy, this is not how you treat your colleagues.
At the same time, I assume Ri'ik would have noticed that he's being like observed so intently, right?
Oh, sure.
He returns the stare, just like sideways looking.
And Gideon,
as he gets punched by Gideon, Ri'ik also like gets back. By the way.
Gideon, as your Connect is completely hypnotized by Ri'ik's stare, it is like kind of cringing back from him in terror. What would you do?
I hope I don't have to get a new one after this one. So, what are we in for today? Any of you know? Like, yes, I've been read the mission statement, but usually there's one of those faceless messes around that gets to tell us things, right?
I don't know.
The Enclave attendant in the room would wordlessly make their presence known.
Gina cackles and is like, I just get to kill shit.
For the third time, Ri'ik repeats his obnoxious hello to the attendant.
And Gideon, would you have any follow-ups after your teammates do not seem particularly interested in engaging with the mission statement?
I do have an out-of-character question,
Yes,
if I may.
what is your out-of-character question?
Are we likely to be suspect, especially me, being a half-raven and clearly undead with like body at this point like completely white, right?
No,
and, like,
there are weirder things here.
Okay, that's
and
fine.
The Enclave attendant would actually speak up and say, your presences are very unlikely to be challenged based purely on your appearances. There are a great many peoples, including many non-humans, who have descended upon the fallen empire of In.
Ri'ik is nodding.
The attendant would also add on to this. Though the factions listed in the mission statement are the ones that are most likely to be consequential, you can expect many, many others of smaller numbers. Though they may be of smaller numbers, their presence may end up being intensely consequential, depending on how you approach the process.
So in this state of flux, are we to consider that things generally considered lawless are indeed lawless, like killing people and breaking a wall?
Yes. There is a loose ceasefire in place. Currently, the Circine do hold court over this particular gate, and as such they are imposing their rules. That said, other factions, were they to take power, would impose similar rules, and none of them, to our knowledge, consider lawless killing, they would not say lawless, wanton killing, to be acceptable.
Gina slams her battle axe down and goes, come on!
If you're going to let a few curs coming up with a code of laws stop you from doing what you really want, you're not going to make it far.
She turns to you, puts her hood up, takes out her Asclepian, gives big sad eyes, and is like, I will.
This
Anyway,
squad is a
that's
disaster.
as much as I will need. Like, can we get it on?
In that case, the Enclave attendant would turn on a heel and leave the room, and the 3 telepads, actually a 4th additionally for your Connect, would jump to life. Final actions before taking your places atop the telepads.
Gideon
Gina,
will drag his knecht by the arm, who is
Mhm.
still very much staring at Ri'ik, and like shove him onto the telepad.
Yes. And Gina, final actions from you.
Yep. Gina sheaths her battle axe, hides her lighter, and hobbles into the telepad with her Asclepian and not the just Asclepian and head up, looking very Samaritanly.
Indeed. And Ri'ik, final actions from you in assembly.
Well, the three of them have stepped onto the telepad, so Ri'ik is just going to imitate, oblivious to whatever is going to happen.
And as you do, the sensation of dissociation begins. New for Ri'ik, but familiar even if only slightly to everyone else. The tingling beginning in the feet and working its way up your legs, leaving them asleep. Hitting your stomach and it churns, hitting your chest and your heart flutters and you no longer feel its beat. And then hitting your eyes and your vision explodes into ribbons of color and the world falls away. There's buzzing in your ears and then there's nothing. And after what seems like forever and an instant at once, you find yourselves facing up towards a massive face of carven stone. You can see that the Great Wall is banded with like kind of colorful insets and has prominent ramparts. The entire thing looks like it's maybe 70 feet high. It's enormous. And it's thick as well, judging by how the gatehouse nestled within it seems to go like it almost makes like a tunnel like you might see going underneath a 2-lane, 3-lane highway. However, outside of the wall, there is enormous amounts of activity. Not only is there a road leading up to the wall, it's kind of cutting its way through a set of low, kind of dusty valleys with some amount of vegetation, but overall not very much. But you can also see that pretty much as far as the eye can see in every direction, there are camps being set. Groups of tents and lean-tos and wagons being circled, and small bivouacs being set up. Just like looking around, there are dozens upon dozens of camps, and rarely are any two alike. And additionally, there's probably like well over 2,000 people just in your like immediate like visual vicinity, and clearly more spanning elsewhere. Not only that, but there's a large queue up in front of the gate where like groups are trying to make their way in and being received by people who are holding the gatehouse itself. Things that you would note is while the people who are holding the gatehouse do seem to be of one faction, they're not purely of one faction, and there's mixes in with them as well. And while the many camps that are kind of spread out here are kind of separated to some degree, there's much like cross interaction between them, though even from what you can detect upon immediately entering in, not all of it friendly. You have ported in next to a set of heavy kind of covered wagons, each of which are being pulled by camels. There's maybe 5 of them in total, and they are in line, though they're like quite away from the gate itself. And you can see that the Malkans, who are currently like upon the wagons and kind of like walking next to them, have very distinctive appearances in dress. They wear kind of broad hats that largely obscure their brows, and they wear kind of kerchiefs over their noses, kind of bandito style, as well as like large kind of pocketed overcoats that look both waterproof and also quite tough. As you poured in, hearing the hubbub of people talking and arguing and bickering and sounds of animals, you're assaulted by smells. Immediate actions upon arrival, beginning with Gideon.
He's just gonna, like, knife still in hand, presumably, just gonna walk on over to the cart, look to whoever he can see, and just go, any space for somebody to sit on this cart to help you go through? Not gonna walk, am I?
And as you say this, you can see that the kind of Malkans look back towards you. You can see their eyes scanning you, trying to get a read on you. But one of them that's walking next to the cart says, "To help us enter in, you say?"
Yes, it is what we were asked to do. It is what we are going to do.
Good. If you are here to help, then you may ride. And you can see that one of the ones up in this, like the front bench of this wagon immediately kind of steps off the bench and tucks back into the covered part of the wagon. And the Malkin says, "We have been denied twice."
Do not worry yourselves about being denied. We will get you through either way.
The Malkin doesn't express emotion upon hearing this, just kind of nods, as though he's well aware that you will be able to. Immediate actions upon arrival from Ri'ik.
I forgot to mention, aside from the obvious, which is that Ri'ik has a Morning Star, which is a base item for the operator. He also does have a hand cannon. Which, one hand like this, Morning Star, another hand like this, hand cannon.
Nice. Oh,
It's
excuse
just-
me. I'm getting a knock on my door. One moment.
We're about to leave you alone.
Well, thank you for telling me, Sterling. I hope you have a good time. But I've been informed that they are about to leave me alone. Anyways,
Amazing.
pardon. Hand cannon. Yes, carry on.
Yeah. Am I getting a lot of stares or not many in particular?
Some of the nearby Malkin are looking at you, so they have some children among them particularly, who seem somewhat curious, but just as Ri'ik looks around, he is certainly not the weirdest thing here. There are quite a few non-humans, including, for example, one kind of ogreish-looking thing that stands at about 18 feet tall, not terribly far away. So there's many strange sights. He even thinks he can see like a feathered humanoid not terribly far away as well. So there's many different types, and they are all scattered about and are interacting. And again, you would occasionally hear sounds of like yelled conflict, and maybe even once in a while like a small brawl that's quickly or like a scuffle that's quickly like separated or pulled away or resolved through violence.
So yeah, I walk towards the nearest group of presumably Malkans, which are looking at me.
Yeah.
For the fourth time, I do the obnoxious hello,
Yep.
and like looking at them like, what do I do? And he sort of like forgets to add the question mark, but like looks sideways, sort of questioningly in a bird-like manner,
Yeah.
peeking like very close.
And as you would say this, you would see that the Malkins again kind of look at you levelly, and the one who is speaking with Gideon, this is as Gideon is climbing up, I presume, into the wagon. The one who's speaking with Gideon, after like a nice long pause, would say to you, "Help us get in through the gate, I think."
I look to Gideon. Does Gideon just like shrug?
Yeah, what would he do?
You had your time to ask questions. I will no longer be happy to answer them.
Right.
And Ri'ik, what would you do from here?
I have been told what to do. So, hand cannon on one shoulder, other shoulder, Morning Star. I start heading off towards the gate.
Excellent. You can see that even though there is a line, right? People are absolutely going kind of like up and down the line, back and forth, crossing and out. You can see like peddlers peddling their wares. You can see like urchins chasing each other back and forth through other people's legs and by carts. You can even see, for example, like small gangs of people waiting to get in through the gates. Kind of like going up and down the lines and like picking fights with people waiting in line. So there's plenty to do, and it doesn't seem like you're going to be stopped from going up like and cutting to the front of the line, even if maybe you won't be received there. Now, lastly, Gina, upon porting in, immediate actions from you.
Yep, Gina's going to leap up to the wagon, approach the driver, big shiny eyes, and go, "Is anything wrong?"
And as you say this, you can see that the driver kind of like loosens the grip on the camel's reins and turns to you, and she says, "Yes, much is wrong." She says,
Tell me so I can help.
"We need to get in." She says, "We do not have enough supplies to make a trip back home. There are some among us who are sick and injured. There are some among us heavily pregnant. We need to get in, sell our wares, resupply, and then perhaps leave."
Gina's cackling inside. She can use that. Pregnancy is a great bargaining chip. Just going to sagely and go, I'll help if I can. Jump down from the wagon and walk up to the gate.
Yep, and so you'd be like not terribly far behind Ri'ik. In that case, as your two squad mates abandon you, Gideon up in the wagon, as the queue inches ever so slowly forwards. What would you do from here with Malkins about you? You would have heard the conversation that Gina conducted.
Yep. Seems like those two are doing a job. He's gonna try and climb up. Like, if I remember them correctly, these are somewhat big, more like caravan type wagons.
Yes, quite large, and they're covered. So clearly, they're almost like mobile homes, though very simple.
Yeah. He would like to get as far up on the one he's on as he can.
Mm-hmm. Easily done. It has like a big arch that kind of forms like the head of the tent at the front of the wagon, so you can clamber up onto that.
Seems like a good enough vantage point. Probably gonna help the Knecht up, too.
Yep. Clambers up next to you, still lugging around the hand cannon, unless you tell him to leave it down below.
No. Might need it up here.
He says evilly. And once up on high, not only do you have a pretty good span of the surroundings, this would be when Gideon is struck by just how strange the peoples are around here, and just how many there are, and how many non-humans there are as well. You would even see, as just like a random example, a number of winged non-humans trying to fly their way up over the wall and getting like rebuked by a group up on the wall who would like fling stuff at, not like weapons, just like rocks and stuff, fling and like yell at them, like gesturing down towards the gate, telling them to get the fucking line. So there's a lot of these like little scenes. What sort of things would Gideon be looking for, trying to spot, or otherwise doing up from this high vantage point? And what is his sensory stat?
Baseline.
Mm-hmm.
He would try to size up the guards, like the guards at top and at the gate.
Yep.
So the information that there is other people trying to get in is useful to him already.
Yep. And in fact, looking around, at a guess, everyone outside is trying to get in. And so there's thousands of people trying to get in. This is just one entrance through the wall. So, because the Enclave indicated this was just one of many entrances. Now, sizing up the guards is a pretty interesting topic because, like I said, even though it seems like they seem mostly to belong to one faction, presumably the Sursine, there are some like splashes of unusual in there. Things that you would note. First of all, the guards at the gate are actually pretty small in number. There's not too many of them. That said, the gate is actually very small in proportion to the rest of the wall. Like, big enough to let all of these vehicles and animals and stuff through, one by one, but small enough that if it were closed, it would be extremely hard to attack. And so they don't have a big guard presence around the gate itself. Most of their guard presence is up on the wall, especially around the gatehouse. Just kind of taking a quick scan, you count at least 2 or 3 dozen people up on the walls and less than half a dozen down at the gate itself. They seem to also have war beasts of pretty substantial size, though only one of them of those you could see up on the walls. There's another one down at the gate level, kind of like the big, nasty, mean enforcer for the relatively small number of soldiers who are there. Other things you'd be trying to spot or size up.
Yep, that is enough for him for now.
Totally. In that case, jumping back over to Ri'ik, as you are making your way up through the line, as you're making your way, you would actually be being like loosely approached, not like directly approached, but loosely approached by one of these like kind of gangs that's kind of making their way up and down the line, trying to like pick people out and fleece them effectively. And as you're kind of drawing closer, you can see that a few of the members of this little group are kind of like looking at you and sizing you up. They do seem human, and their outfits seem, how to describe this? They don't seem poor by any means, and but they don't have a uniform. They're just kind of like dressed loosely in similar materials, though they don't seem to have like a symbol or anything that they all share.
So how many of them are there like, in
5.
this gang? Okay. Are there any like market stalls next to the road?
There aren't fixed stalls, but there are many peddlers who are wheeling around carts that effectively are like mobile market stalls. And many of these are the ones that the gangs are kind of like trying to mug at. It doesn't, from what you've detected as you moved up and down thus far, the gangs don't extract much. They just like pretty much say like pay up or we're gonna make life hard for you and get like a little bit of money and then move on.
Right. Any such person close to me?
Yeah.
Does he have any bodyguards or just like alone?
The merchant next to you is distinctly non-human. They have almost kind of a fish-like appearance. And there's 3 people around the cart alongside them. The cart also has like a distinctly marine sort of feel to it, with the wheels seeming to be a tacked-on afterthought. And all 3 of them look a little nervous and don't look like they have substantive defenses.
Mm-hmm. What is on the cart?
From what you can see, their cart seems to primarily be food, though they do also have like other daily essential type things. Their cart is pretty stuffed. Like there's a lot of stuff here.
Daily essentials such as silverware. That is a luck pitch.
What is your luck stat?
I think 0. Yes, 0.
Yeah. Utensils, but not silverware.
Yeah. But so like wooden or like tin or
Yeah, exactly. Wood or like crappy metal.
I do not care about volume. I only care about whether it fits as ammunition into the hand cannon.
In that case, the answer is yes.
That's perfectly fine. As I'm walking casually, the morning star in my right hand, suddenly Ri'ik just sort of stops. So the gang would be like in front of me, right? And it looks like they want to attack me, or does it look like they just like are thinking about that option?
Thinking about it. Like they're not being like explicitly aggressive yet, but they're all like kind of looking at you, and all are kind of like slightly spreading out. Clearly more trying to intimidate than anything else.
Yeah. I'd like to activate Aufruhr, which is an ability, which after I behave confidently in a lawless manner, which we are gonna see what that is, I gain physical strength when engaging in destruction, mayhem, and I'll influence non-enemies to join in as well. I'm assuming the gang is not strictly enemies just yet, right?
And what is going to be your paired action for the Aufruhr?
So as Ri'ik is casually walking forwards, he suddenly stops, stretches, as he does so, sort of like reaches with the morning star to like scrub his back a little bit.
Yeah.
And then just swings it onto the cart to make it crash down onto the ground and like reaches for the silverware.
And as you smash the cart, you can see that it shocks pretty much everyone around. Like no one expected that to be what happened here. And you can see that many eyes turn towards. You can see that the gang members look like kind of more confused than anything else, and immediately the kind of fishy looking non-humans like throw their hands up and kind of scuttle away. You hear many of them, help, we're peaceful, they're attacking merchants. What would you like to do after smashing? Are you just going to start stuffing things into your hand cannon?
One handful into the hand cannon. Yep. I assume it has been preloaded by gunpowder.
Yeah, I am okay with guns being preloaded.
Yeah. Another hand, throw it to the gang. It's like behind my back towards.
Yeah, like a handful of the utensils and stuff. Nice.
Yeah.
And as you throw it, you can only kind of hear them kind of like scuffing and like quickly talking to each other, but you don't know exactly what they're doing. What would you like to do after throwing behind and stuffing in?
What is on my left? Beyond the wheelbarrow I've just attacked.
Yeah. Beyond the peddler cart, you can see that there are a couple of like tents and like camps that have been set up. Curious faces pointing out, people looking towards you, trying to figure out what the hell is going on.
Okay. Um, is there someone still quite close to me, looking like they have no bodyguard or anything?
Oh yeah, absolutely. The merchants are still reasonably close, and if you want a target like beyond the merchants, then like the nearest campground just past them, which is still quite like very close to you, don't look particularly guarded either.
Yeah. As I have again, I want to stuff my hand cannon so full of like random little sharp bits that they are like physically overflowing.
Yes.
And I just walk towards the next closest stall, which seems to be run by someone small and non-capable of defending themselves. And then
As you are moving towards the next stall, are you okay going past the gang, or do you want to move away from them?
Yeah, maybe I like walk past them in such a manner that I'm like not acknowledging them. Like I'm expecting them to follow behind, if that makes sense.
Absolutely.
Just like relying on my 1+2 vitality, like I've given you a shot.
As you pass, their heads would just kind of like turn, even as you're like quite close to them, just kind of like staring, trying to figure out what the hell your game is. And as you're kind of approaching the next stall over, you can see that the owner, who is a human, has actually pulled like a small knife and is standing in front of the stall saying, step away, Vandal, back off."
That is fun. Well, I'm a human bird undead hybrid. My hand cannon is stuffed with sharp bits. I do have a mace. What I do? Think about smashing the stall for no reason. And instead I maybe like, does he have like crates of stuff or something?
Yeah, he does. This is a more permanent stall than the last one.
Casually smash the crates.
Yep.
And then just slam my hand on the counter of the stall and expect to be paid.
And as you do so, the stall keeper like thinks about it for a second and then takes the knife to plunge it into your open palm.
Does he actually do it?
He does actually.
That is fun. Can I think about my follow-up action?
Of course. We're going to jump over to Gina. Now, Gina, given that you are making your way towards the gate as well, you would be like completely in sight of Ri'ik as he starts causing problems. But you could easily bypass him as well without getting involved. You could be on the other side of the queue rather than the side he is on. What would you like to do in regards to Ri'ik causing problems?
Keeping a wide berth. I'm not getting involved in that. I have an image to maintain.
Yep. And there's a lot of people who are looking too. And given how teeny Gina is, this means that she can, if she wants to at the moment, pass pretty much unnoticed.
Yep. And I do have one reflex, a little bit of sneakiness, but I'm not like looking to look like I'm sort of staying out of sight. I want to approach whoever is managing who goes into the gate, basically.
Totally. As you get close to the gate, you would this would bring you quite close to that like one big war beast that the Sir sign have here. Now that you're closer, you can also make out the Sir sign much better. Sensory stat, I believe your baseline. Am I wrong?
Baseline.
Baseline, yeah. You can see that the Sir sign are like a heavily kind of scarred people whose skin, while very pale, is almost gray with callus. They're kind of like hunched and like heavy browed and heavy jowled. Kind of like, I guess the best analogy I could make is like if Arctic orc, but like very definitely human, just like kind of orcish or for want of a better term, like I guess maybe even Neanderthal might be a better way of putting it in terms of their features. Heavy. And they are wearing, like, for the most part, skins, though rather sophisticated in their patterning and design, and with quite an arsenal of weapons. You can see that one of the Seer sign is clearly, like, holding court at the gate. You can see that they're looking intensely bored and have, like, a big bone that they're making, like, tally strokes on, as they're kind of like letting people come up, kind of talking to them, having some of their henchmen kind of like search their supplies and things, just like taking things occasionally, maybe as like a tax or a toll to get through. And their war beast is just off to the side. This war beast is rather hideous looking. This is my paleontology nerd speaking. But if you're familiar with what a death pig is, like a prehistoric ancestor of a pig, they're freaking horrifying. Highly recommend looking them up. Think about it, it's kind. You can kind of tell it's supposed to be a pig, but it looks kind of like a pig crossed with a direwolf, but much bigger. Absolutely horrifying creature that is just kind of like snorting and grunting off to the side, tethered by a chain over to the wall next to it. Thank you for the picture, Tomáš. Those things are hideous. And so as Gina is kind of trotting up, she is not the only one who is kind of cutting line. You can see that there's, again, mostly like urchins and beggars who are trying to like beg for money and food of the people who are closest to the line. A few of them are trying their luck with the Sir sign as well, though the Sir sign seem to be like having absolutely no time for them. You can see one even like pushes one away with his foot, and another one threatens to sick the war pig on them. What would Gina like to do as she approaches this?
I'm gonna quickly glance back. Does it look like Ri'ik is a threat to the caravan that we're trying to get through?
Ri'ik is far enough away that Gina, with her height, could not see him anymore. She could still hear stuff, but he did start the problem far enough away from the caravan. It would be pretty unlikely unless the fight really got big fast.
Okay, that's helpful. Yep, I'm just going to approach the gatekeepers, and go big shiny eyes, big sad eyes rather.
Real quick, you're kind of cutting in and out for me. I don't know if we need to let you catch up for a moment. Oh, I think you're back. Carry on. Could you repeat what you just said? Big eyes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Big sad eyes. Help! We need help.
And as you say this, one of the nearest Sir sign kind of looks to you, looking annoyed, and says, in kind of like belabored metro, "What need help with?"
Urgent! They need help. We need to get them into the city as soon as possible.
No. He says, "They wait."
It's an emergency. It's very serious. Some of them are sick. Some of them are pregnant, and the babies are going to die. They're going to die. We need to save them. It's their only chance.
Not our problem. You can see that
Okay.
the kind of practiced callousness with which he responds indicates to Gina that he has heard similar pleas many times.
Yep. But were those similar pleas from Samaritans? I am going to activate a good cause. Not in fact using it on myself, as my perk would imply, but a good cause is an ability where you bring public attention to someone's plight to fix some kind of problem for them. In this case, I like to do a little bit of energy work to cause that problem to be the fact that they're too far back in the line. So I'm going to keep insisting and start do vitality, trying to get the attention of all the people around me, not just the gatekeepers. Yammering about how there's pregnant people, they're sick, they don't have enough supplies, they're all going to die if they don't make it in time. They're innocent. This is we have a moral imperative to help them because otherwise, the babies, think of the children, and they need to be let in as soon as possible.
Now, as Gina is saying this, she would see that the Sir Sign's expression does somewhat soften, but once again, they definitely have heard a lot of this before. I'm going to come back to you in a moment, and I want you to think about what Gina can add to this that will crack them. Because a lot of this is they clearly are used to hearing this and are used to hardening themselves against it.
Yep, I have a plan.
Gideon, you would be in full sight of when Ri'ik bashes a stall and then starts to like shove things into his hand cannon. You would be able to see like the immediate kind of ripple of response. It's not like massive, right? Because there's a lot of little scuffles and brawls going on. The difference being is that based on all the little scuffles and brawls you can see, or that you've kind of picked up, there is more attention coming to this, perhaps because it is completely unwarranted. Um, as such, any actions Gideon would like to take, or other things he'd like to do instead.
He's gonna take a quick look up, gauge how exposed. Like he is on top of a wagon that's somewhat exposed.
Mm-hmm.
Would it be suspicious if? Well, he has the hand cannon up there anyway. I think he will go. Well, look, boy. You know how to point the thing, right? Like set it up at an angle. Do the math in your head. We would wanna like keep it ready so we can blast the top part of the gate, right? We would wanna bring that down. I will, yeah. I will try my best to make it a bit, yeah.
It's way too big, though. There's no way that this could bring it down.
You will need to have trust, boy, that if we want to break things, we can break things. I shall show you how. But not just yet.
Yes, sir. And after saying this to him, and he starts trying to like kind of wrangle the hand cannon into position, what would Gideon do from here? Other things he'd be wanting to look at or take action on or similar?
He's gonna take out his messer, which is an item on the Raubritter, in its entirety called Langes Messer, which is a funny little sidearm that allows us to do a great many things here. Most pertinently, its effect is that if you use it to cut a container, you can have it spill inordinate amounts of things out of it. A slight variation of which Gideon is gonna use the knife and make a... I'm gonna call it a cut. There's probably a more proper word. Make a cut on the barrel of the gun.
Ooh.
Trying to pitch that...
Pitch. Yeah.
Yes. Trying to pitch that there is gonna be mostly more gunpowder for more, like, mostly more explosion coming out of it more properly. But also maybe, if we're gonna be greedy, a second ball, just for funsies.
Okay, so in this case, like dinging the barrel of
a groove is the word. Yes.
Yeah, like or cutting a groove into the barrel of the hand cannon to cause gunpowder to spill out. You said a second ball is what you're looking for?
Yeah.
Okay. I think that since it's about spilling out, I don't think a ball could get out of that cut. And so, but that said, gunpowder, absolutely. You can start having the hand cannon leak inordinate amounts of gunpowder onto the roof of the wagon's kind of padded covering.
Well, that's fun.
After doing so, what would you like to do?
Trying to gauge how good of a job the young man does at aiming.
So he's taking painstaking efforts to aim it. That said, his painstaking efforts also include a lot of fucking about, and also like checking over his shoulder to see if you are looking.
Look, boy, I don't need to monitor you to know if you're going to do a good job of it or not. The results will speak for themselves. You know that, right?
But
I am not here to give you a hard time.
There's no way, sir. There's no way it's going to bring down the gate.
Do you have so little trust in our collective strength that you think we cannot bring down a simple stone wall?
Well, no, it's not. It's not our collective strength. It's he gestures to the hand cannon. He says, "You even cut a hole in it, sir. It's not going to do anything."
Not with that attitude, it won't.
He has a point, I have to say.
And as you say this, you see that he says, "Well, must I be the one to fire it, sir? I'd much prefer to be off the wagon."
And do what exactly? Loiter about?
Well, not get my socks blown off my feet, sir. That's what I'd like.
All right. Take the knife. Go follow Ri'ik. You are intent on staring at him, you might as well copy him.
Thank you, sir.
Go!
Thank you. He takes the knife and like slides off the wagon and goes scampering off, looking much more happy with his current state of affairs. Speaking of which, before we get to Ri'ik, what will Gideon do from this point? The hand cannon is like aimed using kind of like the bow of the arch at the top of the wagon to kind of like prop itself. It looks like it's roughly in the right direction.
And there's a bunch of gunpowder around him.
Oh yes, quite a lot.
All right, let's do a fun thing then. Gideon is gonna start taking a very deep breath.
Yeah.
Starting, like, based on that, he's trying to pull the gunpowder around him into a more coherent shape.
Okay, and this is with an arcane manifestation?
Yes.
Yeah, you have 2 pluses. I remember that from your sheet. Now, I'm going to ask for details on that in a moment, but before I do so, we're going to jump over to Ri'ik. Because as the man, as you plop down your hand, and the man considers and then goes to stab the knife into the palm of your hand, what do you want to do?
Get stabbed in the hand. So
It
I
pins
wasn't
your hand to the
expecting him.
counter, by the way.
Yeah, I wasn't actually expecting him to do this, but I was like semi-expecting that to be a possible outcome, right? And I do have 2 pluses to resilience.
Yeah.
So I think I can probably take the pain quite easily.
Take the pain for sure. Although, given that he had, like, your hand was right there, he does pin your hand to the countertop.
That is perfectly fine, because all I want to do, I imagine his face would be sort of like really close to mine, right? As he like stabbed.
Though I should, so after he stabs, there's this like beat where he's like up in your face, like clearly waiting for you to like scream in pain and run or try to like plea for your life or something. Like clearly he had an idea of how this would go, and this is not what's happening.
Well, guess what? I got a beak, and he's getting pecked in the eye.
Oh my god. And as you do so, the man yelps and like staggers backwards, letting go of the knife and clutching his eye.
As he's doing that, I want to, activate the effect of the Morning Star. Let me quickly read it for the viewers. Where is it? Visibly telegraphing an attack during combat allows the user to extend the mace's chain for duration of a strike.
Mm-hmm.
So, with hand still pinned to the counter, Ri'ik just straightens up, stretches, and then with the same stretch, reaches for the handle of the Morning Star.
Yep.
Just sort of like brings it up so that it swings all the way, and then collides on top of the stall and just crashes down and breaks everything.
And as you do so,
Ideally not where my hand is, please.
yes. Linens spill everywhere. You hear a sudden from a couple of the what's a better word than gang? Like the I guess gang is the best word I have for now, right? The ones who are trying to get money out of people. Enforcer gang, whatever you want to call it. As a bunch of them come up immediately and start kicking down bits of the stall, grabbing behind the counter for like money and possessions. And one of them roughly grabs the man who's clutching his eye and kind of like shoves him over towards you so that he kind of like collapses over the counter with his head like right next to where your hand is pinned by his knife.
Wait, so his hand is brought towards his head is brought towards where my hand is.
Yes, like right next to it on the counter.
Oh, I don't want to be that cruel. Do I want to be that cruel? I think what for now, Ri'ik would just like casually like slam his fist on top of his head and then sort of like hold him to the remaining stall, like force his head down.
Yep.
And like look at the others. What are the others nearby doing as Alfur is active?
Now,
like, sort of like beckoning them to
Alfur is spreading at this point because after this like demonstration of chutzpah, you might say, you can see that a couple of the other like not the prowling gangs, but a couple of the nearby kind of camp dwellers have kind of come over and are like stealing bits of linen and stuff like the merchant's wares. The merchant's family is literally like, part of them is trying to run away. A few of them are screaming for him and like terrified to go and get him, but aren't like approaching too close as a couple of the gang members that you've brought into the Alpha are like mugging them off to get them away. So more people are coming in to just like descend upon the carcass of this stall and like pick it clean. But for the most part, it's those initial 5 gang members who are really having a good time. In fact, one of them, as you're like kind of pinning down the merchant, kind of comes over to where you are like holding his head down, literally just grabs his money purse off of his belt as you're holding the man's head down, and then for good measure uses a kosh and like slams him in the jaw, and you actually see it knocks out a tooth.
Immediately afterwards, I want to grab him by the hair, lift his head, and slam it down on the counter again.
Yep.
And then do another peck on the side of his head, which I think would, if not kill him, at least make him unconscious at this point.
True. Do you have a might stat, or is it just the alpha boosting your might?
Yeah, one plus 2 might.
Oh, that's brutal.
Wait, no, I actually don't. No.
Sorry, oh, you don't? Sorry. Okay, so yeah, it's the alpha boost in that case. In that case, where are you going to be pecking? Is this like cheek, temple, eye, what?
I think just the side of the head, so that the beak doesn't like slide.
Yep.
Right.
Absolutely.
Just like a flat area.
And you can see that it doesn't kill him, given that you're not like using because some ravens have like a kind of hooky part to the end of their beak to kind of rip and tear, and I don't think you're using that. As such, it's just like a bloody wound that is, and the man is like no longer trying to struggle. He's just kind of like gasping in place, his head like plastered against the side of the counter.
Right. That's fine. Another way less powerful back for good measure. Just, you know, Raven instinct, make sure this thing doesn't move. And then sort of like throw him to the ground.
Yeah. Are you going to rip the knife out of your hand or leave it there for the time being?
At this point, I mean, yeah, may as well. I mean, but you know, for now, I think it kind of helps my image. I want to look at another, like, is there another group that seems to be like antsy on like getting some of the loot? Like,
oh yeah, absolutely. You can see that the people right next to you in line are like eyeing the shop and are clearly being influenced by Alfro to like want to join in and pillage.
Who is the like largest person who also seems to be the most willing to cause some chaos?
Okay, so not from this group, but a little ways away, you do actually see that. Remember, I described an 18-foot tall humanoid.
Yeah.
They're looking over here.
All right. Maybe later I need someone human size.
Yeah. In that case, it would be part of the caravan closest to you. This caravan is like mostly afoot, and one of them is pulling a sledge. The sledge puller is massive, muscular, with like almost burned tattoos across his body, and kind of like fiery orange-red hair.
I want to grab the knife in the palm of my hand.
Yeah.
Pull it out, and then throw it to the caravan members who seem to be like willing to join the fray.
Is this an underhanded toss or like an aggressive throw?
Yeah. No, this is sort of like here for you, right?
Yeah. And as you toss it over, you can see that the sledge puller grabs the knife, although like not like but like a step to the side and like let it come in a little bit. You know, clearly they're not used to catching blades. And after examining it for a moment, just kind of like catches your eye and gives you like a. And then
Does he seem like he's waiting for instructions? Or is he just sort of like just like a nod of approval?
It's like a nod of approval, like a sub.
Nod of
right?
approval.
And
Yeah.
you can see that the members of his caravan start to kind of like pick their way over towards you. A few of them pick up some of the fabrics from the ground, and one of them like bum rushes one of the gang members and like kind of gets up in his face to kind of like scare him off of some of the loot on the ground. And so at this point, just at like a rough estimate, you have like just under 20 people who are to some degree affected by Alfur, all of them converging on this big stall.
That is fucking awesome. 0 pluses to luck, block pitch. Are there 3 conveniently placed barrels stacked on top of each other, which could be easily enough scaled for me to have some sort of like a platform?
3 convenient barrels? No. But in terms of platform, the merchant's cart you could climb up into.
Right, I do that. And so most of them are like in my vicinity where I caused it.
Yes, they're all kind of
dig for
converging to this
scraps.
vicinity. The furthest
Okay.
one from your immediate area would be like the 2 gang members who are still kind of like scaring off the merchant's family to stop them like interfering.
Yeah. So I want to activate my war chest.
Yep.
Which I think would be just sort of like awkwardly tied to Ri'ik's hip, probably. And let me check the wording. So war chest portable, lockbox containing amount of currency, magically filling with, magically getting filled as user commits crimes.
Yeah.
I think those crimes were rather severe, which I caused. Okay. And then a sanctuary first. Of course, let me conjure up protective equipment by expending my own wealth.
Yeah.
So as I'm climbing on top of the cart, where I'm going to have a little like platform for speaking to people, I want to expand like as much of my wealth as possible. Looking for like a rusty old iron breastplate. I especially want a rusty one because I think that looks more threatening on an individual such as this one. Like very crudely made with like a point, like triangular one, if that makes sense.
Yep.
And probably like a large spiked gauntlet covering the wounded arm.
Okay. That is easily done with the amount of wealth that you have through your sumptuary furs. And as the equipment appears on your person, we're going to jump over to Gina. So within your current paired action, how are you going to try to entreat the Sir sign you were speaking to?
Yep. So I saw them breaking a little bit.
Just a little bit, just like enough so that you can see that your ability is having an effect, even if it's not completely cracking them.
So 1 plus the spirit. That's a bit of sympathy.
Just a little. They're just used to
That sounds like
pushing it away.
a virtue. So I'm going to use in the middle of my other ability, extol virtue as well. To exacerbate the virtue towards me, the sympathy towards me. And the way that I want to do this is by shifting my plea a little bit to go, I can see you care about us. Like, I know that you have a heart. I know that you know that we need this help and that you're... I can see you're not heartless. Please. I know you have your own family. Think of their families. And then I'm going to whip out my alms. I'm going to go, I'll give you all I have, please. And I'm going to give one of them 1 token of alms and make it something pathetic. Like, let me just the wording on it. Food, money, medicine, or similar. A little bit of a little trinket that might be slightly valuable, but looks like it's more personal, like it's highly cherished, rather worn, like a little,
Like
a little
pendant or something.
statue of shaped like me that like is well worn, clearly well loved. I'm just gonna offer it.
And could you briefly remind viewers what Extol Virtue does?
Yes. Extol Virtue is a ability on the Samaritan where you publicly praise a target's virtue and cause them to redouble their commitment towards it, as well as giving them a few other boosts that are not really what I'm looking for here.
Exactly. Thank you. And as you are saying this, you hand out the little statuette through your alms. You can see that the Sursign looking down at you has their brow has gone from just kind of like stable like this to being kind of like knitted in the center. And you can see that they extend one big hand and would gently kind of take the statuette and would say, "This is good toll. Good toll. You come through."
I'm not the one in need. I'm not pregnant. I'm not sick. Please let my family through.
Where are they? Where?
I point to them.
Yeah, they're like far enough back in line that you can like barely make them. Like you can't make them out because you're small. There's too many people in the way and things. And just like pointing back, he says, "I ask.
Yeah, big sad eyes. Please."
I ask. You come.
Yep, I go. Oh, like into the city?
He's beckoning you like into the arch of the gate, like towards some of the other Sursign.
Oh yeah, I will stick by him, but I'm going to refuse to enter the city. I'm not the one in need.
And as you are like making your way through, you can see some of the other people who are in the queue are looking at you with like mixtures of jealousy and kind of dumbfounded indignation. But as you are kind of approaching, you can hear him starting to speak to the one with like the tally bone, who kind of looks up from his boredom and kind of like barks a response, and the two of them speak back and forth. It seems to be actually kind of a heated exchange. The one with the tally bone even kind of stands up and brandishes it at him, and he yells back and then points back and then points to you, takes out the statuette and kind of waves it in front of him.
Yep.
Actions Gina would like to take during this impassioned argument between the two of them.
I'm going to stand by his side, look as pathetic as possible, and give big sad eyes.
Yeah. And as you do so, the one with the tally bone, after kind of like yelling back and forth, kind of looks down at you for a second. You again see that kind of like hardened callousness in his eyes, but you would also see that unlike the first one, whose kind of callousness was like practiced, he gave like a practiced response, right? This one, based on your +1 to spirit, right? Is that +1 or do you have more?
Yes.
+1, nice.
Just the one from spirit.
Based on your +1 to spirit, this one feels harder than the other one. More harder.
I'm going to pull another alms and make this one even worse. I want it to be a fucking extremely worn stuffed animal.
Yeah.
And offer it.
And as you do so, the tallyman swats it out of your hand onto the ground.
I'm gonna cry.
And the other one looks enraged, picks up the stuffed animal and kind of like presses it to his chest as he like sticks his face up in the other one's face and yells at him.
Yep.
And as he does so, the one with the tally bone has enough and cracks him across the jaw.
I will rush to his side, pull up my Asclepion, and go, through tears, no, and like, I can help, and reach out and start to try to heal it.
And as you bring out the Asclepion, you can see that the tallyman doesn't seem to care. He's done his job, so to speak, and is kind of leaning back and going back to getting reports from his mooks who are searching the nearest caravan. But the one who is punched looks to you, and as the Asclepion begins to take effect, you can see in his eyes, he feels it. He touches his jaw.
Yeah. Healer.
I nod.
It takes obviously a little bit of time to for the wound to fix, but as you do so, you see that he reaches out his hand towards your head and kind of like puts a hand on your head and says,
I will get you in. I will get you in.
I'm gonna brush tears away and go, "My family, please."
the time of the Asclepian's healing has passed, and he gets to his feet, turns back towards the tallyman, and yells back at him. The tallyman looks to him with kind of like again, sort of expression on his face. And as he kind of comes up, the tallyman gets to his feet, and this time you see that the tallyman actually pulls a military pick from his sheath, at his side, and kind of just like hefts it threateningly. This time, though, the guy doesn't get up in his face much. He yells and is gesticulating, but he keeps pointing back towards you and then pointing towards his jaw.
Mm-hmm.
And after
Healing is...
a little bit of back and forth, you can see that the tallyman kind of considers this. And he gives a response as well. And the man who's working with you kind of steps backwards, looks to you. He says,
Right. Here's what. Here is what. We don't make the line.
he points.
We don't make. You get here. You pay toll. We let you in.
Isn't that, out of character question, isn't that just the normal arrangement?
No, they were refused twice.
Oh, okay. Got it.
And from what you've seen kind of just like approaching here, the Searsign are actually very picky with who they let in and turn away a lot of people.
Got it. Okay. So now we just need the robbers to get rid of the line.
And he says,
Yes. Yes.
I'm going to...
no,
Sorry,
Okay.
1 second.
no problem. Here, you can pause. In that case, given that Julian's out, Tomáš, if Julian's coming back, we'll do him.
Yes.
So before we jump back to Aliizi, Gideon, actions that you would like to take as your connect goes hurrying off after Ri'ik.
Now that his knecht is gone, he obviously cannot bring the gate down with just a hand cannon. Were the knecht still there, he probably could have. He would tell you. All the same, there's a bunch of gunpowder around, and he was starting to actually inhale it.
Yeah.
And focusing on the thing being black, and much like Pepper presumably making one sneeze, he is inhaling as much of it as he can get into it, and and then just pull out an explosive sneeze, trying to launch himself up in the air.
And with 2 pluses to Arcane, you're definitely going to be going up, but it might not be fun.
Oh, we are not done yet. As he has gotten some air, this brings him back to some time ago. Him and his sister, who herself a beastmaster that has been around for a while, just attacking him with ferocious birds out of the fun of it, and him not having any of it, and just the indignation of being put down by a life form that he can quash in his hands. And wanting to take flight, will think to himself what useless limbs these things are up in the air, and would like to sacrifice both his arms to have them replaced with wings.
Oh, shit. Okay. Now, the replaced part is handled through an ability, I am sure. Would you mind briefly iterating that ability?
Well, the ability itself is called Unverwüstlich, which would allow him to spend wealth to replace limbs he has lost. He technically hasn't lost them yet, though the arcane manifestation would make them vanish. And there's not a lot of wealth, but wealth of experience, I would say, to go off on
Now,
in this very moment.
what I can do is I can do this. Since you just detonated yourself, and people have lost limbs to such things before, I think it totally makes sense that the explosion blows your fucking arms off.
Well, yeah.
That makes complete and utter sense to me. And for the second, in terms of, because typically to create a prosthetic, Unverwüstlich wants to have wealth. Wealth experience I will not accept, and yet the ability works. And I will emphasize, Gideon does not know why. That said, I'm going to ask you for the nature of your prosthetics in a moment, but I want to finish up with Gina first.
Yep.
Jumping back over to Gina then. After he's kind of like nodding to you, like,
You can do. You do.
Yeah, like big, sad, tearful eyes, and a hesitant nod. Just as long as they get in and they can be saved.
Yeah. Yes. I bring them. Yeah, I cannot go.
Yeah, I nod at that.
he nods, and you can see that the concern that you amplified in him is still there, like radiating out.
Yep. And I'm going to look back. Can I see either
Either of your companions, either of the Raubretters?
yeah, can I see Gideon like up in the air or
You would hear
Ri'ik?
the blast, and because of that, you would see Gideon being like flung up into the air.
Yep, and is Ri'ik's Havoc Party visible yet? Or
No, it is not visible, and it's entirely due to your size. Like, you can't see over all this stuff.
yeah, I'm going to look visibly concerned about the chaos going on over there and sort of hesitantly walk back in that direction.
Sure. The blast, you would see, has startled a lot of animals and caused, like, this general area was already drawing attention from, like, the scuffle that Ri'ik is causing, but that blast and a man flying up into the air has made a lot more eyes drawn over towards this.
Yep.
Would Gina like to go all the way back to the Malkin convoy, or is she going to be heading or positioning herself somewhere else?
Yeah, she's going to go back to the convoy.
Yep.
If she can stay out of sight while walking past Ri'ik's party, I'd like to just like subtly steal or smash it. Anything that people won't notice me doing.
Mm-hmm. Okay, excellent. In that case, if you wanted to stay out of sight and do it, are you trying to smash or steal shit in that exact merchant's like caravan or like a setup area, his cart, or are you okay with getting something nearby?
Pretty much anything. The goal here is just to fill my war chest.
Okay, excellent. And in that case, since you are very small and are passing alongside many other convoys with people on foot, people on wagons, people on animals, baggage handling all over, give me the ideas, the sort of things you'd be doing. Because it'd be on just like, oh, looks grabbable, I'll grab that. Like, what are you cutting? What are you ripping? What are you smashing? And how are you going to do so without being seen?
To the ground. I would hold my battle axe close to me as if I'm not strong enough to wield it properly.
Mm-hmm.
I have 2 might, so I am,
Yes.
but nobody needs to know that. And kind of like stumbling into wagons and breaking their wheels while nobody's looking, and slicing some important looking ropes that I happen by, and if
Yeah.
anything's hanging down, just kind of taking it.
Yeah.
Um,
Nailing the axle of a wagon is like an especially good idea because with all the noise, like a random crunch is not likely to be very easily heard, and that's like quite destructive too.
oh yeah, anything that can stop wagons from getting to the front is also very helpful.
Precisely. And so, with a little wake of relatively unnoticed destruction in her path, Gina would squeak her way back over to the Malkin caravan. She would arrive at the frontmost wagon to see that the front of it has been completely blown in half. There's like bits of the padded overcarriage that are like draped across the ground. And you can actually see that like one of the Malkins is being tended to by another two who are like trying to help like diagnose what happened. You can see that the Malkins look scared. Like they are not an expressive people, and yet like they don't know what caused that blast. And at the moment, neither does Gina.
Yep. I did see Gideon flying up to the sky,
Yes,
though.
you did.
Yes,
You saw Gideon get launched.
that gives me an idea. I'm gonna jump back up. Without even bothering to put on the whole charade this time, I got the information I needed. Just whip at the Asclepian and like boredly start fixing their face, and go. I got you access.
And you can see that
Just need to get
one of the Malkins would look to you and says, "What do you mean you have gotten us access? We can go in now?"
I pulled some strings. Once you get to the front of the line, they'll let you in.
They nod slowly and say, "But we are under attack." And they gesture around to the blast that destroyed the front of the car.
Yep, we're still using the Asclepian. I kind of gesture to my war axe, and I'm like, my companions and I can handle it.
And as you do so, the Malkins just kind of like quietly nod at you, looking on with like suspicious eyes.
Yeah, Gina's just bored right now. It's not something she wants to be doing. She likes manipulating people and causing problems.
Indeed. But as she is healing this fellow's face, Gideon, having been flung up into the air, kind of like head over heels as you're going up, your arms rent from your shoulders. What is your resilience?
2 pluses.
Nice. So you're in unbelievable pain, but not insurmountable pain.
I also have a singular plus to will.
Okay. Are you going to
Which
be
probably
screaming
help.
in
But no,
agony?
Gideon is screaming at the top of his
Yes.
lungs anyway because he's not like trying to put up too much of a tough facade.
Mhm.
He's also cursing quite a lot, which I will spare the audience, and not because I don't want to right now. And as he's flying through the air, just focusing back on the damn birds. The prosthetics would be really crude, like like well made but string pulled machines that would use the remaining stub of his arms to even be maneuvered.
Yeah, sounds almost like Wings of Icarus to me, almost.
Yes.
Nice.
And if we get to be a bit disgusting, can the Morning Star also be incorporated as a weird tail in this grotesquerie?
I think that I don't think it would be able to like be stuck out of his back, but maybe at the point where the wings meet at his shoulder blades, it can be like draping down from there. Does that sound apropos?
Yeah, that is fine. Yeah.
Excellent. Yeah. And in that case, as he is like sailing up through the air, screeching in pain, he would feel the pain subside as the two wings kind of spread out from either side of him. I will emphasize these are barely gliding-able, but the wing pulley mechanism will allow you to like maneuver them to some degree through manipulating your shoulder blades. It's a very complicated prosthetic for this ability, but not unfeasible. Like it took a pretty substantial amount of wealth, but not like an insane amount.
Yep. Anyway, now that he has produced this, he will try his best to sort of glide low towards where the gate is.
Yep, absolutely.
As such, telegraphing an attack. And then he would like to balk in midair and just let the Morning Star fly upwards.
Okay.
Hoping it either latches somewhere or does some damage.
What is his skill stat?
1.
Okay, so I think in that case, you will be able to attempt this maneuver. If you have baseline skill, you just fucking crash. Like, that's pretty complicated,
Yeah.
especially for a completely new sensation of flight. Now, as you're kind of like swooping down towards, you can see that the Sursign are looking up, and a few of them are looking kind of like getting their weapons a little ready as you're kind of like coming in there. One of them barks out, "Stop!" as you're swooping towards. And when you balk and like stop your flight, are you trying to let the Morningstar kind of swing out almost like an Ankylosaurus tail, or like kind of describe to me the action here?
Yeah. The idea would be to like take a long flight, as such, extending it off the telegraph,
big
and then
telegraph,
just
yeah.
balking to have the thing slam upwards.
Okay, so slamming upwards towards the top of the wall.
Yeah.
Excellent. And in that case, this would be kind of like almost a tumble in midair in order to make it swing upwards. And I'm just gonna go out on a limb and guess that the intention is to have it kind of grapple up onto the top of the wall.
Yes, also retracting all the same because he stops telegraphing.
Indeed, it only lasts the one. So, swinging into the top of the wall and then dragging Gideon backwards up the wall with like he is literally in like the hanged man pose with like the foot, like feet first, arms outstretched.
Still screaming too.
Yeah, still screaming like a banshee. Although admittedly, Unverwüstlich does like abate pain to some degree. So
Yes, I know. He doesn't care.
yes, okay, there we go. So it would not be screams of pain; it would be screams of screams.
Anger, yes.
Yes.
This fucking wall needs to come down, and if it's the last thing he does.
And as he is kind of dragging himself backwards up the wall, this grotesque scene is visible to literally everyone inside of the wall, which is like thousands of people, I should add. And as Gideon is being pulled up to the top, he would feel like his legs are able to like hook in over the battlements and kind of like haul the rest of his sorry ass up onto the wall. What is his might stat?
2 pluses.
Nice. And vigor?
1 plus.
And just one more reflex.
That one's baseline.
Nice. So a complex action, but he does have the strength to like force himself into a sit-up to get all the way up and over the wall through that foot hook. It's slow and not very elegant, but he's able to get himself up onto the wall with his wings kind of outstretched. As he gets up onto the wall, he is faced with like a semicircle of stony-faced Sursign who are just staring at him.
Good that he was just very much confidently behaving in a lawless manner.
Yes.
As he got up there, and he's gonna launch inside his own Alpha and will just wildly flail about, like take very exaggerated steps to let the Morning Star elongate and just let it drive.
Yeah, so he's kind of like
Very
spinning
similar.
his body
Yeah.
to let it kind of like whip around him.
Essentially, yes.
Is he making? Is he still screaming? It seems like he's trying to be very public about this.
Yes.
Yeah. And in this case, as Gideon is doing so, Ri'ik, back down below, you would hear the blast as Gideon detonates himself and goes flying up into the air. But so too, you would see the wild alchemical-looking sequence where his Icarus wings kind of blooms off of him, and then him swooping in towards the gate. Actions Ri'ik would like to take as Gideon is doing that.
I think Break, again, sort of like looking sideways, right? Observing, following, like in a bird-like manner. And his internal thoughts could be pretty much just summed as like thumbs up. Anyways, I look towards the mic road, causing havoc. Maybe one more thing. Is there still wealth for me to expand on a bit more equipment?
Given that you also can continue to pillage the wealth of the merchant, if you give yourself a little time to grab some of his stuff, then yes.
Right. I do not really want all that much. I would just sort of like want like a. It's not necessarily a piece of armor, but I think it would be kind of fitting, like a pinned cloak.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's totally
and
fine
I-
with the wealth you have already.
Yeah. Right.
And from your
could it
position
be-
up on his
could it-
wagon, what would you do?
Yeah. And here, standing with my pinned cloak, heroically, I see the little crowd I have amassed. I think none of them are like noticing me right now, right? All of them are just like scrambling for things to pillage.
Grabbing for things, but also looking at the screaming Birdman. He's pretty nice. What's your
What is
vitality
there-
stat, Gideon?
It,
Gideon's vitality.
1+.
Okay, cool. So yeah, a couple, but not all, are looking at the screaming Birdman. Carry on, please.
yeah. Is there something that I could shoot which would cause a lot of noise?
Oh God, there's a lot of things you could shoot that would cause a lot of noise. Main things is well, first of all, how much consequence are you willing to incur through shooting? Because if you shot the 18-foot tall guy, that would definitely cause a lot of noise.
Ideally, something non-living, please.
Yeah, okay. So, in terms of non-living things, you have, I'd say, 3 options in terms of things you could, like, actually hit and do something substantial to with your grape shot loaded full of cutlery hand cannon. First thing would be that not terribly far away, there is a fire that is going. It's one of those like metal. It's like a metal barrel fire, but with like an older timey metal barrel rather than like a modern like can of oil or whatever.
Yeah.
So blasting that fire maybe comes out. Yay, that's destructive. But next thing is there is a rather large and palatial looking cart not terribly far away that you could probably rip up pretty bad. Maybe not break it, but probably rip it up pretty badly. And lastly, in terms of like purely inanimate targets to shoot, the walls do have a Sursane banner draping down over the gate, and you could definitely rip that up pretty badly, even if you would absolutely not be able to damage the walls themselves.
Burning the banner sounds fun. Now, how do I make sure that the projectile continues to burn after colliding with the banner? Because I think like the projectiles I'm firing wouldn't really cause all that much physical harm to the banner, right?
Not really, especially because
Yeah.
it's definitely the furthest target of the ones I described.
Yeah. Anyone selling rockets?
Baseline luck?
Yes.
No.
It was worth a try.
It was worth a try.
Anyone selling oils?
No, but you do have coal.
Cool. All right. That's true. There's the fire.
Mhm.
Oh god. Do I think I could like direct 2 of the people of the crowd to like bring me the barrel?
You do have Aufruhr active, which does make them more likely to obey you. So how would you want to direct them?
You do. And I like make very very like direct eye connection with the first 2 people that look at me.
Yep, it would be the 2 who were like intimidating the merchant's family, 2 of the original gang members.
Bring that here.
And you can see that when you gesture towards the fire barrel, they initially look like you can't boss us, but then when you point at the fire barrel, they're like, oh, that looks fun, and they immediately go rushing over towards him.
Nice. Excellent. Right. And how long is this going to take for them to bring the thing here?
As they go rushing over and like grab up the fire barrel, they just run off with it, and the entirety of the camp that like owns the fire barrel goes like running after them, yelling at them.
Okay. Do they still continue to do that if I like sort of like look their way? Enormous fucking mace on my shoulder, like a curious raven stare.
As you kind of do that, you can see that the group that are chasing after them, some do actually notice you, but instead what they do is instead of following them, they just start picking things up from the ground, like bits of like loose rubble and like logs and stuff, and just start chucking things at you guys. You know, like a angry crowd trying to stone you.
Yeah. Okay.
And with a great kind of sweep of your mace, the mace sweep is telegraphed enough that they get out of the way easily. However, it does make them at least hit the deck and like yell to each other. A few of them like clonked off of your mace, and like one of them whacked you in the beak. But for the most part, you were spared the worst of the projectiles. That said, they are still heckling, and they're still angry, and they're still looking for things to throw.
Right. But for now, they are not like immediately attacking, right?
Yes, and you have a fire barrel.
Okay. Now, just like looking in, I imagine the fire is like burning, like sort of like near the top of the barrel.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Get the cutlery out of the hand cannon. You know what? No, we are gonna do this the stupid way. Just grab the hand cannon and like pour it inside of the barrel while getting the gun dangerously close. 0 pluses to luck pitch that I don't fucking explode. Thank you.
Actually, that's a really good point. Let me think about that.
If I explode, so be it.
Okay. I'm going to spare you the detonation, but I did strongly consider it. What would you do immediately after?
Okay. And with that, after I empty my hand cannon, I hand it to the nearest person to hold it. I don't even tell them what to do. Like, they are just getting smacked excessively powerfully, so with a hand cannon and like...
The young man goes, "Ow!" It's the Knecht from earlier.
Yeah. And I think the intention here is clear, right?
And he says, "But I don't want to fire one of these things. I don't want to explode."
If I just slowly like look his way.
And as you do so in turn, he says, "What am I shooting it at, sir?"
So he doesn't respond for now. Instead, he sort of like swings his mace again. And
you're breaking up for me a little bit. I think we need to give a moment for your internet to settle because you're frozen for the moment and got kind of.
Is it better now?
Yeah, it's having trouble for the moment, or maybe it's mine. It might be mine.
It's probably mine.
Oh, it's shitty on. Oh no, you're back. We got you.
That was I could hear you, but everyone else was frozen. That was weird.
Pardon me. Okay, I think I have everyone back. So yeah. Anyways, after he says, "What should I shoot it at?" What do you want to do?
All right. Completely ignore him for now.
Yes.
Whatever. Sort of like again, exaggerate motion, and then like just let the fucking mace like fall to the ground and make a bunch of noise. Like I'm letting go of the handle, like make it fall.
And
somewhere in the middle of my assembled crowd. Hopefully it doesn't land on anyone, but like if it does, you know, that's the way things are.
Yeah. And as you do so, and it kind of like strikes on the ground with like a thump, you know, you would hear a ow from the Knecht as some of the angry crowd has gone back to throwing, and one of them caught him in the side of the head with a small log. You can see that he's bleeding from the head now and is like wincing in pain down on one knee.
That poor fucking guy. Okay. Did that catch enough attention? He was intentionally doing this in like a super overdone manner, just to get some attention of my crowd for 1+2 vitality.
Yep.
Right. And with that, Ri'ik is gonna do a giga chip move as the Knecht is falls onto the ground as he's hit with something in the head. Ri'ik just casually grabs a hand cannon and doesn't pay him any attention. And with the other hand, he fucking reaches into the fire, taking out the silverware that has been heated up. Puts it in the hand cannon and proceeds to aim it at a bear.
And as you do so, the Knecht, who has like started to get back to his feet, puts his fingers in his ears.
Okay. Okay. And I'm assuming as I am like putting in fucking like heated up silverware, this is probably detonating on its own anyways.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. 0 pluses to luck page. Hopefully this doesn't blow up my arm, but if it
It
does,
blows
that's
up
fine.
your arm.
Perfect.
And
That
as the
means-
hand cannon goes up, not only is Ri'ik's hand blown off, pretty much like just past the wrist, but he's also knocked off the wagon onto the ground, and just kind of like lands in the mud. That said, as he does so, the mob of angry people come rushing over with improvised weapons to beat him while he is down, and his Alpha mob goes rushing at them to attack them.
This is horrible. Do I have enough currency to use Inframustache?
Okay, so you have, let's see, your war chest is pretty frickin' sparse at the moment, so you'd have to get some wealth and fast.
Okay.
Also,
I mean,
will note,
I'm
getting your hand ripped off like that would mean that either Ri'ik is shrieking like a raven in pain,
He is.
clawing
He
in
is.
pain.
He
Okay.
is. Yes. Yes.
I won't even say another one.
I would love to give you an example, but you know it's
Yes,
3
late.
in the morning. So just imagine like a raven sound effect. Right. He's certainly doing that, and with that, probably his like even more animalistic side kicks in, and like scrambling up, even getting some dirt on him. Is the neck close?
The Knecht is quite close and is actually trying to like scramble down off the cart. Oh, excuse me, I'm getting a knock at the door. I see that you guys are back.
Yeah.
We went on the golf course.
Fine.
Hi.
Hey, hi. Are you gonna come say hi?
Peanut out. Peanut morning.
Yep, I know. I'm gonna hold him to me. Want to say hi? Yay. Do you want to say good night or do you want to say goodbye?
Hi.
Hi. That works. Whee! Down to Mama.
You know who had a great time with the sand pit?
I have a guess.
That's such a sweet moment, and then we go right back to causing a fucking riot and burning down the civilization.
Probably killing another teenager just for the
You
fun
hear
of
the
it.
wee?
Yes, that was so good.
Yeah.
Wee.
I just mentioned like we have this cute, great moment, and then we are going back to just like making.
It is
everyone
it
suffer.
is a very needed reprieve, yes.
Yes. Before we hear what happens to Ri'ik from here, though, let's jump back over to Gina. After her Asclepian is healing up the Malkin, who was damaged in the blast, she would also hear something else, however, namely the sound of hooves, quite heavy hooves at that.
Interesting. Is this before Ri'ik's?
This is before
Thing?
Ri'ik's explosion. Both Rob Ritters are blowing themselves up, so...
Cool.
Fucking wild
Um,
coyote ass.
Is my healing done?
Yes, this is just as your healing is finishing up. The Malkin is
Cool.
like touching his face and is saying, I can hear now. I can. And he would look to you and says, am I indebted to you, or is this a gift?
Oh, that's quite a question to ask Gina. On the one hand, she's bored and wants to move on. On the other hand, she's hearing money. But she also knows they don't have much, and also that she needs to keep them from dying, and that could be handy. She's gonna look down and go, "What do you have?"
And the Malkin puts on kind of like a cocky smile. His bandana's been ripped off from the blast, though his face is healed now. And he kind of moves over. He pulls up like one of the wagon's boards and takes out like a small like tin from beneath. And you can see that he flicks it open confidently, and it's completely fucking empty. What do you want to do?
I'm gonna look at it. It's a gift.
You see that
As
he
I-
looks confused and then looks to the box and then actually double takes.
Yep. Um, don't worry about it. Time to go find something more exciting. People I can actually terrorize. And I'm gonna look at the out of the wagon towards the sound of the horse.
Yep. And in fact, there's 3 of them, centaurs, and not just any centaurs. These things are huge. Like, imagine cart horse centaurs, whose human torsos are substantively bigger than a human torso would be. They are brutish and barbaric looking, with wild plaited hair, war paint all over them, huge weapons. And you can see that they are trotting up with intent towards the Malkin caravan.
I can take them. They'll be fine. Uh, okay. I'm going to. So there's specifically. Okay. Great. Yep. I'm just gonna jump down, stand, in front of the caravan, so I'm like barely between them and it, where they can ride past me. But if they're coming to it, they're gonna run into me.
Yep. Now, you come up not even to their knees. And, like, you know how horses have, like, the kind of weird looking... Yeah, the horses have, like, the toe ankle. I don't even know how to describe it. They have that, like, weird ankle that's low. You're, like, just above their ankles. They're so big compared to you. They would probably stand approaching 10 feet tall. And as such, as you kind of land down in front of them, they don't even look at you. They don't even register you as a thing on the ground. As the kind of leader of them says in kind of a harsh voice,
Malkin! You seem to be vulnerable, Malkin.
I'm gonna jump up. As a gremlin, I can jump freakishly high, so like to be the height of a normal person when I jump. So like boing, 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 boing.
I have a ball for exactly this
And
occasion.
yes. And looking, considering intimidation, deciding intimidation can come later if needed. Looking pathetic and tragic. Going, what do you want with us?
And as you say this, the giant centaur thing kind of like glances at you, and then says,
Not Malkin.
and kind of gestures for you to move out of the way.
I'm with them.
Kind of looks over his shoulder, and one of the ones behind him goes, ha! And he says,
What are they going to sell you for?
So, a big scared eyes go, what do you mean?
Your trinket, your pet, yeah, pet.
No. They're my friends.
They actually like fall amongst themselves laughing.
Malkin have no friends. Malkin only friends money.
I can believe that. What do you want with them?
He gestures his huge brutish finger and says,
They hurt, damage, danger, yeah?
No, I helped them.
he looks at the blown apart like front of the wagon.
Bad help.
No, I helped them recover. They're doing very well.
Yeah. What if come back? More danger. They need protection.
Protect them.
Yeah, we protect.
Looking.
We protect.
But not for free.
No, of course not free. Time, we can protect other for money. Malkin!
He like slams on the wagon,
Malkin, come out!
thumps on the wagon again.
Protector. We don't need your help. Thank you though.
The centaur thing kind of like looks at you in kind of like an annoyed tone, and just starts walking towards you, like not even no intention of stopping, just like to either step on you or over you, wherever you end up positioning yourself.
Yep, I'm gonna start jumping again.
And boing, as you kind of bounce up, it just kind of like goes to walk straight through you, meaning that if you're gonna jump up, you'd probably either have to like cling to its like chest where the horse bit meets the human bit, or just like get buffeted by it as it's trying to pass.
Oh, I'm super gonna cling to them.
Yep.
And then I'm gonna like climb.
And as you're climbing, it completely ignores you, by the way. It sticks its head around, Malkan! And you would hear the voice of the one who offered you a payment for your services. It said, yes, Tarax.
Yep.
And the Tarax would say back,
You heard me, Malkan. Protection is good for you.
we have not the means to pay you, Tarax.
I'm gonna climb up to their shoulder.
Yep.
Drop my head down in front of them so my face is in their face. And go, I'm protecting them.
And as you do so, he takes his head or his hand and like brings up to his head to just kind of like scoot you off of his head.
Yep, I'm gonna grab the hand and hang from it.
And you can see that he doesn't even notice that you've done that and just like drops the hand back to his side, assuming that it worked, and says,
Again.
as you climb back up,
I know that you lie, Malkan. You always have more tucked away. Come, you give now, or else you will not have our protection. And you know, Tarak's protection is very good to have.
you're back up onto his like shoulder area.
Yep. Face in face. Are you threatening them?
And the Tarax says,
Yes.
and goes to push you off again.
Do it. You know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna jump down to the wagon now.
Yep.
So I can like actually stand there at reasonable height. And I am going to persuasively request the desired donation through an appeal to the donor's humility. I'm going to go. Shit, this is gonna be an energy work because it has to be an item. It's fine. We really don't need your help, but if you want help so badly, maybe you could offer to maybe you could offer a little bit of free protection as a testing, or you could protect somebody else. We appreciate you being here, but we don't have the money to pay for you. And I do want that to be a gifts in kind, to inspire the generosity to have them give protection, or at least their what's the word for lack of attention?
Go the fuck away, perhaps.
Yeah. Go the fuck away or give some free protection.
Yeah.
Just inspire generosity.
And as you are using gifts in kind, the Tarax looks down at you, and again looks like kind of annoyed. And the another Tarax just behind him would say,
Malkan, does the pet speak for you?
And the Malkan would pause for a second, and then would say, are you referring to our negotiator as a pet?
Nice.
And the Tarax would say,
Yes.
and the Malkan would respond, there is no pet to be seen. We trust our negotiator with our lives. You can hear the word lives emphasized in his mouth, as though he's somewhat reluctant to say it. This nuance is lost on the Tarax, however, who laugh amongst themselves again. And then the second one would pipe up,
You trust very funnily, Malkan. Is this made of money then?
She comes over to try to like prod at you and see if you are in fact made of money.
I'm gonna actually give her an alms. Just a few coins.
And How are you gonna produce the alms? Is this just gonna be like a offer it to her as she like pokes you in the head?
Yeah. I go, I'm not made of money, but I have a little bit. No, if you could please listen to what I said before, and
Her huge
could
fingers
you help?
pluck the coins
Or
clumsily out of your hand, and
Yep.
she like bites them to see if they're real, and says, "Mm," and looks to the one who was initially speaking to you, and he says,
What is the word? Test. Practice. Little one. Little one. Yeah, we give a little one. For this.
points to the alms money that was given.
Just a little. Tarak's protection, best protection. You will want to pay for more soon.
And they trot up around the front of the wagon, talking to each other in their own language and kind of like roughhousing, pushing back and forth, gloating a little bit, laughing at the Malkins. The Malkin who is standing next to you is like perfectly calm and collected as he just kind of like coolly observes the Taraks as they kind of prance around in front of the wagon. But he would very quietly say to Gina, "They will demand more soon."
and I'll be there. I have a war chest, but I need to fill it first.
You've done
Um,
some filling of it thus far, at the very least. He says,
How long do you think you can
Yep.
deter them? Taraks are very persistent.
as long as I need to. It has a thing with
with
her
Ri'ik.
Ri'ik happened yet?
Yes, you have heard the blast from over in Ri'ik's direction, and given that he's up on a cart, you can actually see him like get flung off the cart down out of sight.
And perhaps you're also hearing the going over Braven.
Yeah, you would hear the, ah!
Yep. I'm gonna go
That's more of a crow.
one moment. And rush off to go visit Ri'ik.
As you would do so, you would actually see that the Sir sign banner hanging from the wall has caught fire.
Nice.
As you are rushing over to Ri'ik, however, we're going to jump back up to Gideon. Now,
Yep.
Gideon, up on top of the wall, taking swings with your Morning Star. This is obviously a very clumsy attack that is mostly just keeping them from getting closer. Not that they are like really, really trying yet. But as you are doing so, yelling and shouting, you would hear the Sir sign voices barking at you.
Fly back down. Go through the gate. Fly back down or we will beat you to pulp.
Make me. As he will purposely take a short break in the action.
Yep, the mace chain kind of like slurps back into the haft, and as he like takes this break, you can see that the Sir sign kind of standing around him. One points kind of over Gideon's shoulder and says,
Last chance.
Gideon is just gonna lunge forward and bite towards his finger.
And as you leap towards, you actually do like manage to get your hand, like your mouth, onto his hand, and you bite down and actually sink into his teeth, but his hands kind of like grab around onto your jaw, kind of like that, as you can feel a thudding punch like slam into your chest. And as soon as as you jump forward and bite the Sir sign, the other ones that are like in the semicircle around you all collapse in on you. They are not using bladed weapons. They are just like grabbing and holding and punching, and they are big and strong. What do you want to do?
As strong as Gideon with the 2 pluses to might, because the question was, having latched onto him, can I sort of judo throw him with just my head?
Oh, wow, that's interesting. Given your single plus to skill, it will certainly not be elegant. You can overbalance him. But the main thing is you also do have Alfur active, which means that you do also have a might boost on top of that as well. So individually, you are comfortably stronger than any one of them. But given that there's like 7 of them, that is it's much easier for them to like get you in control, even if you're individually could easily overpower them. And so because of this, you can totally like kind of lurch backwards and overbalance the one that you bit after he punches you. What would you do immediately afterwards?
As they pile on, Gideon would just like to use that added weight. And just trying to focus on ignoring them for a while as they wail on him.
Oh, yeah.
And start stomping on the ground. Every kick delivering more force.
Mm.
And at some point even pushing in some of the essence. Just trying to assert as much dominance over the rock beneath as he can muster with both the Aufruhr and his might.
And as you are kind of stomping into the rock, Gideon would feel thudding blows on his head. Like they are trying to just beat him unconscious. And are doing a pretty good job of it. Had he not that double plus to resilience, he would have been out like a light the second they tried this. But he's keeping hold of his senses, even as he kind of is sinking towards the ground, as their combined weight and powerful thudding blows are slamming down on top of him. As he is kind of like using his like strength and consciousness to like slam his foot into the top of the gatehouse, what does he want to do?
As promised, he would like to bring some of it crumbling down. Even as maybe try for a little manifestation at the time to, like, this weight that is put on him, the punches that are put on him, just form this massive, like, energy, essentially.
Yeah. This is kind of like leaning through the destructiveness of Alfur, from what I understand. Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. And as you are doing so, what you would feel is you would feel the ground kind of like loosening out from under you slightly. A crumbling, a crunching. You would feel them suddenly kind of like trying to pile off of you, and then you would feel yourself in midair. Gideon is barely conscious.
I think if he is in midair, he's gonna glide down to a spot where he can take a good look at the progress he has made.
And as he goes gliding down to the ground, again, like his head throbbing and his vision blurry, he would crash land for sure. Just
yeah.
Like I'd say probably like into someone's camp, just like crashing into the tents, like bundling up in the fabric, but alive, and with his head slowly clearing, though still absolutely throbbing. He would hear the panicked yells of the people whose tent, whose camp he crashed into. However, looking up towards the wall, he would see that the section of wall he was on. Imagine you were looking at the wall as like a cross section, right? Kind of like this. He would have been up near the ramparts here, and he would have taken like a cleft out of like a patch of wall and just kind of like caused to slide down and off. So you'd have effectively like, if you're looking at the wall from front and here are the ramparts, you would have effectively taken out like that.
Yeah.
And that huge chunk of stone now lies at the base of the wall, probably having crushed something in the process. But with his head still pounding, what would Gideon do as the tent, like the camp goers in this area are like hurrying over to accost him for unknown ends?
Look why you're coming towards me when this wall up there is a much better obstacle for you to throw yourself against. And he will very much grab the closest person and shove it away.
Yeah, less of a grab and more of a
does.
shove with his wing, because he doesn't have fingies at the moment.
Anymore, yes.
Yeah. And
he will also
your
kick,
vitality is what?
Still a singular plus.
Single plus. Okay, cool. Follow up, please. What you were saying.
He will also kick.
Yep.
To like force people in the direction.
And as you yell this and kind of gesture them up towards the crack in the wall, one of the campgoers who has like hurried over, you would hear her voice kind of like dully reaching you, saying, "It broke? It broke?"
Yes.
And you would hear another man's, a different voice, a man's voice, saying, "Do we still have that rope? All that rope?" And as he is hearing the conversation starting, this would be the tail end of his Aufruhr, given that like he's at a point of relative lull. What would he like to do from this point? Given that he's still kind of on his back trying to get his bearings and just having shouted from his recumbent position among the crash camp.
Maybe a bit late to that, but he will try to get some, not even like the thickest armor he can imagine. That's no mobility at all, just solid sheet metal essentially.
Yeah. Will he get to his feet first, or will he do this first?
Probably.
Yep. Given that it's a tricky act to get to his feet with these damn wings. But after like pulling himself up, you're looking for like full like gothic armor or like something ridiculously comprehensive.
No, rather if that's close to what the setting goes for, sort of the Ned Kelly kind of metal sheets strapped together.
Nice. Yeah, I really like that. That actually is much more fitting of the setting too, given how like ramshackle it is. And as you are encasing yourself in just like a drum of armor, so to speak, jumping back over to Ri'ik with Gina rushing over towards him. We'll start with Ri'ik, and I'll let you know when Gina arrives, Aliizi. All right, what will Ri'ik do at this? Oh, yeah, quick thing from Gina first.
Yeah, can I request that I'm using my lighter to, while no one's watching, set fire to wagons as I approach?
In that case, are you going to be running underneath wagons to get close to Ri'ik? Because that will be the best way to not be seen while setting fires.
And just, yeah, lighter above me.
You will have to like pause for a moment to make sure the fire catches. But that said, you can definitely like, if you see like a choice piece of fabric or something nice and flammable that you can nab, then you can absolutely like stop, catch it, and then keep going.
There'll be time later, so I'm not going to slow down a whole lot for it. But again, if something presents itself.
If something's really choice, yeah. Ri'ik, what do you want to do?
As I have picked myself up now.
You're picking yourself up. You have angry people who hate you on one side, and angry people who don't hate you as much on the other side, kind of like converging over you.
And there's the knight.
Yes.
And for his loyal service, he is about to be smacked in the head with my missing arm. Just like smack him in the head towards the crowd so that he collapses onto someone. And as he's falling, I'll use my functional arm to grab the Langesmesser out of his hand. Gideon, you should not have fucking trusted me.
What is your skill set?
None. Let me check if I have any relevant stats in this area. I absolutely do not have.
In that case, it'll be way less dignified than you described.
Yeah,
and it'll
that's
more be
perfectly
like,
fine.
He like takes a sucker punch, and then you just like dogpile him, grab the thing out, like shove him on the ground.
that very much fits. Sure. As I now have the Langesmesser.
Yes. You do.
I assume there's a convenient target close to me.
Oh,
right?
there's people all around, and I should note many of the angry people who are like converging on this location are like not super focused on you, but are totally willing to take swings at you. They have a combination of like improvised weapons, like sticks and bars and stuff like that, as well as a few have more substantial weapons.
I feel so bad, but I do have an actual weapon. So with my left hand, Langesmesser, just like cut someone in their forehead.
Yeah.
And leave this sword there.
Okay, so just like a hack into someone's forehead?
Yeah,
Are you
like
looking
hack
to
into someone's...
Do you care who it is, or are you willing to nail someone from the Aufruhr gang?
I mean, ideally, someone that I'm actually fighting. Not necessarily because of like my concern for their lives, but like I think like someone that is in front of me,
Yeah,
right?
okay.
Someone who is like actually facing.
Totally. In that case, are you? Actually, why would I ask? You're okay going for someone who is not very capable, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be your target because most people would be able to dodge out of the way of a left-handed swing.
Yeah.
And so in this case,
I'm-
after like lunging and missing a couple of times, you would be able to like nail someone who was definitely not supposed to be in the fight.
Oh no. And then I proceed to take my double of a hand, my right one. That was a sufficient enough crime, I'm assuming. I'm going to force this double of my arm onto the handle of the Langus Messer, like physically
That's
force
so
it,
cool. Yeah.
activating opprobrium, and I want to have like a fucking part hook, but except it's a fucking
Or
Langus Messer.
unfairly, not appropriate.
Yeah, sorry, unfurled.
Yep.
Yeah.
And as you cram the sword into your stump and fuse them through Unfairfustlich, you would feel that it also does like patch up the wound quite substantially and tamp down the healing, and then allow you to rip it out of the head of the like poor 14-year-old or whatever that you just like completely murdered. But as you rip the blade back out, you would see that a couple of other notes in the meantime. First of all, the crowd is brawling. It's just a brawl. Second of all, you would not see the gremlin that is hurtling her way towards you. Third of all, the other thing that you would feel is an arm around your neck as your new like cutlass hand is like held up in a way. And you hear a boy's voice in your ears hiss, "Give it back, thief!"
And that is the next.
Yes, it is.
Whatever. Just casually elbow to his stomach.
And as you do so, he goes and kind of keels over, and he says, "I'm on your side. Just give me my sword, please."
I can't. Just like holding a fucking hook arm.
Yeah.
But okay, so me actually killing someone in this brawl, which so far was mostly unlethal, didn't really catch a lot of attention.
It caught some attention, but most people are more inclined towards fighting. That said, it does influence the brawl and push it towards lethality.
Right. I'd like to use opprobrium on someone.
While you're
who
considering
seems
real
to-
quick, Gina, as you are rushing in, you would catch the bit. I don't know. Aliizi, can you hear me okay? I think you are frozen.
Yes.
Okay, you can hear me. Great. So as you are rushing in, you would see the Knecht try to like wrestle with Ri'ik and get elbowed for his troubles, and you would also see that the brawl is getting nasty, and people are really starting to wail on each other. People are getting hauled away, curb stomped. One person is even getting their throat slit. It's becoming vicious.
Ri'ik looks fine.
Fine as one way of putting it. He doesn't look like in imminent danger of getting killed.
That's pretty much good enough. Does he need anything? No, I'm just gonna walk up to him, blank stare. You good?
Just goes in response, I think. With absolutely no hint of what the fuck that is meant to.
I'm doing kind of a crow. Raven's like more like
Yeah, yeah.
What would Gina do in response?
I'm gonna like shove an alms into his chest. What?
Yeah, I have no way to catch it. Like Morning Star in my left hand at this point, while my right hand is a fucking blackest mess.
You know what? I'll slip the alms into your pocket. And I'm gonna have it be just some money. Actually, well, okay. Pitch, Gina's familiar with the Rubber Kit?
You at least have seen it being used to some degree.
I do have a war.
Yeah, you do. That's actually a fair point. You would recognize the war chest on both of them.
Yep. And I think I can assume, at least from that there's something involving money going on there that they
Need
need it
of
for
money,
something.
for sure. Need of money is totally reasonable.
Yep. So I'm just going to turn the alms into as much money as I can make it as it goes into his pocket.
Nice.
Um,
And he knows what happened about it.
Oh, it would actually be not a terrible amount too, given that Ri'ik is actually grateful.
Yeah. At the end of the day, he's just a Braven looking for little shiny trinkets.
Yes. And follow-ups from Gina
And-
against the brawl.
Yep.
Who is the?
Real quick,
sorry, was it Gina?
before I hear
Yeah.
before I hear Ri'ik, just finishing up with Gina first, then I'll jump back to Ri'ik, then back to her. So Gina, follow-ups after donating an alm.
Anything else you need before I go?
I'll be taking the guardhouse.
That what?
Guardhouse.
And
The
Okay.
guardhouse.
yeah, looking over towards
Gina's
the gate. This would also be when you see a section of the wall sliding away with some people on it, including one with whack-ass looking wings.
What I recognize in the assembly.
Would not recognize the wings, but you would
Well, yeah.
I think you would probably recognize the clothing and stature of Gideon as he's tumbling off the wall.
Yeah. And I'd say the wings would draw my attention, and I'd see Gideon and go, "Ugh, I have to do everything. And I'm gonna rush off in that direction.
And Ri'ik, after Gina goes rushing off, what would you do?
Does it seem like there's someone who is sort of like leading the fight on the side of the other group?
On the side of like the camp? Yes,
Yeah,
it definitely does. You can see
Okay.
that there is, how do I describe this? They clearly have some sort of like an elder, but in this case, this elder is not like some like gnarled old woman with a stick. She is quite brawny and is also yelling as angrily as everyone else with a brick in one hand and like a burning coal in the other one, clearly enraged.
Okay. And get her in the stomach with my thrown Morningstar.
And with another wild charge up. This time, though, when you go to swing at her, your Morningstar.
This is This is less of a swing and more of a like an actual like throw it forward and let the chain elongate.
Oh, I see. Like a toss.
Yeah, like an
Yeah.
underhand toss. Yeah.
Yeah. The Morningstar does have a funny property when it's elongating, which is that it is drawn to nearby objects.
Why did I suggest that chain? Yes.
Would you mind giving me the exact wording on that?
Sure. Give me a second. Oh, I do not have I have not downloaded the latest PDF.
Oh, that's perfect.
So I do not have that wording
No problem.
here.
In summary, it is drawn towards incidental nearby objects, prone to causing more collateral damage is the exact wording, I believe. And as such, the Morningstar's head, as it sails out, it crashes between a couple of things before it thuds into the woman's stomach. One of those things, in this case, being another of the burning barrels of coals, which tips over onto the ground.
Okay, I think even if she's quite strong, that has probably occupied her mind for now, right? Being
Like
struck
she
by the morning
is
sun.
doubled over immediately. Follow-ups
Okay.
from Ri'ik.
Sort of like get my Langus Messer and like drive it into her shoulder
Yeah.
as I am forcing her towards my face at the same time, so she's getting impaled more and more progressively. I do the fucking sideways Raven stare as I tell her, I am the leader of the group now. Ah! And that is an opprobrium.
And as you do so, how would the writ? Because could you give a brief description of opprobrium for viewers?
Right,
It's a
so-
funky ability.
Yeah, opprobrium. Obtain a writ granting inordinate legal privileges to the user, even if the grantor has no technical authority to do so. Bird action coerce the target into making a specific binding concession.
Yep.
The
And
writ
in
is
this-
conjured in your hand. I do have a nect, though. And that nect desperately wants to do something. So, I then proceed to... I do not wait for her response. Instead, again, I turn my head around slowly and look at the nect.
And you can see that he has the piece of paper like trembling in his hand as you look towards him, and he says, "Oh, this is yours."
And I'd like to just casually get the Langismesser out of her shoulder, let her drop to the ground, get my Morning Star, and sort of get it to fling up and get on my shoulder again.
Yep.
And as I'm standing next to the neck, letting him hold it, I go at the top of my lungs, 1+2 vitality, just to briefly grab everyone's attention, and I sort of use the Morning Star to grab the Brit and shove it in everyone's face.
Oh, like impaling it on one of the barbs of your Morning Star.
Yeah.
And what are you going to be yelling, or is this just like a caw?
For now, it's just a go.
Yep.
This is just immediate, people looking at me.
Yep. The brawl immediately starts to subside, but more notably, this does coincide with the natural end of Aufruhr as well. So a lot of the command and destructiveness that you had inspired with people is starting to tone down at this point already. And as your caw grabs people's attention and the scrappers start to separate, the chain with the writ impaled on it kind of spins back to your mace half. What would you do from here?
Okay. So if there's the Alpha group, which is of course starting to
Dissipate,
dissipate, and my group, which I have just acquired, those two groups together, how much would that be?
About 30-40 people.
That is pretty decent. Can I activate Alpha again?
Ooh, that's a good question. Cooldown does not begin on use for that ability, so you still need to eat the cooldown.
Oh no. Okay. As I am holding the Writ, Alpha may be ending. I'll try it regardless. I look at all of them and say, there is more money in the guardhouse. It's just a general statement.
Yeah.
Not a question, not anything. It doesn't for a while even look like he is going to be saying anything. And in fact, he does not. He just simply walks out and is heading that way.
He does so. One of those original gang members calls up, says tentatively, but the Sursign, they'll just kick our skulls in.
I point my Langismesser arm towards the burning banner.
And it's at this point that the banner is mostly in tatters, almost completely burned to a crisp. And as you do so, wordlessly leading people in that direction, as people are hesitantly starting to follow suit. The people from the group who you commandeered are more willing, and the rest of the brawlers your opprobrium has much less effect over.
Right.
So you have this kind of ragged tentative group following, but Gina, vigor stat.
I believe it's 3.
You have 3?
Yeah, 3 figure.
Yeah, awesome. I thought it was 1 or 2, but that's fantastic. In that case, you would absolutely zoom over to where Gideon lands and reach him just as he's getting to his feet with this unbelievably heavy armor clanking into place around him. What would Gina do as she reaches Gideon's side?
Stand over him.
For once.
Look him in the eyes Yes, for once. And go, "Do you need anything?"
No, I am fine. Probably, as this is the point where he gets up.
Yeah.
It's just like an average fucking Saturday for Gideon. It is.
Can I see his war chest?
Where would Gideon's war chest be?
That is a good question. It is a funny note. It has always been a lockbox, despite the item not having been a lockbox previously, because that was just the skin he has. Since it's a small one, probably just I would say like attached to his belt at the front.
Yeah. Excellent. Like fanny pack sort of thing? Hell yeah.
Can I can I peek into it?
That's a good question. Would she be able to access it?
It says lockbox, presuming it can be locked. Gideon probably doesn't.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking.
The audacity of coming close enough in the first place probably has you beheaded. So
yeah.
Yep. I'm going to have the audacity to come close enough in the first place and peek inside.
Yeah. And looking inside, at this point it's looking pretty sparse. In fact, there's almost nothing in there because of all that he just spent. So it's very empty.
Yep. And I'm like, "You do need help." And I take an alms and I turn into as much money as I can and I dump it into there.
How would Gideon respond to Gina saying this and just like producing money from nothing and dropping it into the war chest?
I always tell the damn man, like, you cannot just produce money out of nothing. That's not how it works. But I shall take it for now. Thank you.
And that's actually not a bad amount of money, given his like begrudging gratitude for it too. And after Gina's charitable donation, what would she like to do?
Is he obviously wounded?
He's not looking great.
That is a good question.
He's not only looking bleary, and like acting bleary, but through like the crappy slit of his like Tin Man armor, he is black and blue and has like one eye like half puffed shut from being beaten to a pulp by the Sursine.
Yep, I'm gonna take out the Asclepion and start doing my work.
How will you what will your paired action be to use the Asclepion on someone in such heavy armor you barely see the wounds?
Basically jabbing at his eyes.
That's such a Gina way.
But it has like a healing beam or something, so
No, that's awesome. It totally makes sense for her too. It has like the sound effect like you hear in cartoons.
Yep.
And Gideon, as you are being prodded, what would you do?
Like, he will try to swat it away for a minute until noticing that it's kind of nice.
Yeah.
At which point he will just grunt and sit back down to make it easier on Gina.
And after Gina finishes her medically standard recovery prod, what would the Asclepion has worked its magic once again. You can see that his eye is unpuffing and his face is kind of going back to relatively normal. Given that the Asclepion likes to work on one wound at a time, she has fixed Gideon's head roughly. She has not addressed the rest of him, but given that his head was beaten bad enough to give him a substantive concussion, this is certainly helpful. What will she be doing from here?
is he in working order? Like, can he get up and break shit on his own?
He did get to his feet previously, and he does seem to be at least his head seems to have cleared at very minimum. After Gina withdraws the wand to check her work, what would Gideon do? Is he going to be getting immediately back to his feet?
Yes.
Yeah.
And he will walk back towards the wall.
Yeah. In that case, Gina would probably determine that as decent working order, but it's up to her.
No, good enough for me.
Yeah.
Gina does not care. She's just trying to get this mission done.
Yeah.
So she's gonna head back to the caravan, burning things on the way if nobody's watching.
Absolutely. And once again, tucking her way through and walking underneath wagons as before.
Yep.
Nice.
This time taking a bit more time to burn things.
Yeah. And as she is crawling her way back, Gideon, as you are walking back towards the wall, what are you going to do?
He's like, presumably his goal would still be to take down the wall, since neither of the comrades have said anything about any other plan. So yeah, looking at the thing from down below, any easily assailable structure? Probably not. Besides the door, maybe if he's getting really fresh with it.
Yeah, it's a very well made wall. It's the sort of thing that armies would break upon, and so the fact that he took a chip out of it is pretty substantive. He would also, as he's like replacing the wall, he would see that the Sursine banner, which hung so prominently, is burned almost to a tattered crisp at this point. And he would also, as he's kind of like walking back towards the wall, hear that the tone of the hubbub around is different. Like, he doesn't have the sensory nor the spirit to make it exactly what it is, but there's more noise and it's different than before.
So there's always something. He actually mutters as he walks towards goes towards the checkpoint at the wall.
Yep. And as he is making his way towards the gatehouse, Ri'ik, jumping back over to you before back to Gina, you are also making your way towards the gatehouse, though a little ways behind Gideon. At what pace are you going? What are you going to be doing as you approach? Are you even looking back over your shoulders, or are you just assuming people will follow?
Assuming people will follow. Activate war chest though. I assume there is decent amount of money now, right?
Yeah, you've caused some serious damage. You've done some crimes.
Can I conjure for myself like a nice little conical helmet, which is going to look silly as fuck on Raven, but that's fine. With like some like gilded plating and like nice colorful plumage.
Oh, like a nice one. Okay, in this case, yes. And given that it's from the local setting, a question for you. Since it's going to be in kind of a local style, what do you want the plumage to be, like heraldically speaking? Are we talking just black plumes to match yourself, or do you want to try to match something else?
Ri'ik has certainly no actual concept of style in the colors that match together.
Yeah.
I'm assuming just like very colorful ones, like probably like ferret feathers and such.
Yahoo! Colors. And
you know what? This is sort of like China adjacent setting. Peacock feathers.
Sure, that sounds pretty cool to me. And as you are trotting your way over towards, are you going at speed? Or are you running, or are you walking?
I got one more detail, if I may.
Yeah, please.
I'd like to change my mantle to be a banner of the Seer sign, if that's
that's
acceptable.
So cool. Yes, I'm totally okay with that. You're like pin cloak. I love that idea.
Yes. So I am not turning my head to see if others follow, but I'm fucking assuming they do with these changes.
And at what pace are you going? Are you going to be going fast or slow here?
I mean, sort of like walking, but like walking like sort of fast. Right?
Yeah.
Like,
what is Ri'ik's vigor stat?
1+, I believe.
1+?
Yeah.
Nice. Okay. In that case, he would be at like the tipping point between green and yellow stamina at this point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And as he is trotting his way through the crowd, the Sursine banner draws many eyes, especially given your plus to vitality and the fact that you're trying to have it be seen. You would even see that in some cases people would get out of your way to let you pass.
And with him having his eyes sort of like to the side of his head, right? Yeah, as he's like going towards the gate. He'd just like be, his head would again be sort of like turning around, and he'd be making eye contact with people, especially ones that seem to be like admiring him or such.
Yeah.
Or like seem to be like in anticipation. And such.
As you are doing so, by the way, you would at one point make eye contact again with the Knecht, who is walking behind you, trying not to make eye contact with you.
Could the Knecht have prepped my hand cannon, please?
Yes, I was about to actually say that, so.
Okay, good.
He's unarmed at the moment, or like maybe not completely unarmed, but that's a much more substantial arm than you would have otherwise.
Yeah. And have we at this point? Yeah, no, I'm gonna do that later. Have we at this point reached the gatehouse?
It's at this point that you would see Gideon up ahead reaching the gatehouse, and you are not terribly far behind. Gideon, as you are arriving at the gatehouse, what would you do? Again, there's like it's since the wall is so thick, the gate is like deeper into the wall, meaning you have to go kind of under the bridge of the wall, so to speak, to get to it, which already has some people in queue and like beggars and urchins around who are mostly what's in your way at this point.
Can I just say that Gideon would also hear the call of Ri'ik, who would love to get his attention at this point?
Oh yeah, you could absolutely caw out to Gideon. So Gideon would hear it, but whether he would respond to it is up to him. What would he do?
Yeah.
Well, for now, he will be content with just batting at the beggars with his wings.
Yeah.
And sort of with the others just kicking them away.
Yeah. And as he is like plowing his way through towards the gatehouse area, what would he do when he hears Ri'ik, if anything?
Low down a bit, but not too noticeably.
Yeah. In that case, coming into sight of the Searsign toll collectors, it's again the same group that Gina encountered earlier. But unlike with Gina, they're ready for him. Like they've clearly heard of his arrival and have, while weapons are out, they're not to bear, and they're just all like looking at him, with the foremost caravans clearly having been pushed backwards to give some room. Mm-hmm. Their death pig is among them.
So what's it gonna take? How much do I need to pay you to just leave for an hour?
You see that they look towards you, silent for the moment. And then one of them says,
"Leave for an hour from your posts with the gate open."
Wouldn't be of much use if you closed the gate while you were gone, would it?
He shakes his head and says,
"You couldn't afford that."
Try me.
They look to each other for a moment, and they kind of grunt back and forth in their own language. And then the tallyman with his bone would say in very crappy Metro, he would say,
"1 man weight gold."
You couldn't afford that.
That's a fucking lot of money.
I know, that's a fucking lot.
Real quick, while Gideon is considering, I do want to catch Gina up. Because Gina, as you're making your way back towards the caravan, you would notice that there are fewer... you have to walk a shorter distance than you did previously. And the reason being is that you burning several of the wagons have caused people to exit the queue in a panic to put out their wagons.
Hell yeah.
The Malkin have advanced like 3 or 4 spots because of this.
Yep.
As you kind of return to them, the Malkin at the front wagon, the one who you healed the face of and have been interfacing with most, is looking worried. And you can immediately see why. given that the Tauraks are not at the front of the caravan. They're like 2 wagons down, 3 wagons down.
Yes. Before I arrive, I would like to check how much money's in my war chest.
Sure. Given the destruction that you've been causing to wagons, for the most part, your war chest is doing pretty good. Not fantastic, but pretty good.
Does this seem like it'd be enough to bribe the Centaurs to just leave?
It's certainly a lot higher than the crappy alms that you gave them earlier, so you could certainly give it a shot, but you just don't know what their rates are, or whether they would just, like, demand more once they see you, like, showing weakness, so to speak.
I figured that. I'm gonna dump most of it into my pockets.
Yeah, how will you not jingle?
That's a good question. Let me
Plus
just
to
check what I
reflex pretty
have.
good, but plus to reflex does not a jingle prevent.
No.
Words to live by.
I'm gonna hide it in my guiding light, my lantern.
That's funny. And with your war chest like partially emptied, what would you do as you emerge out at the Malkin caravan?
Yep, I'm gonna jump up to the person looking worried. You go, what happened?
And he would just kind of shake his head and say,
Tarak's getting rowdy, trying to keep calm.
Any money?
Or they'll take something else.
Something else?
Mm-hmm.
Care to elaborate?
he says,
They are known slavers.
I can get them slaves.
it's such a Gina response.
I'm gonna, jump down from the wagon, and just approach them.
And as you do so, you can see that the Tauraks are kind of like riling themselves up, so to speak. You can see that they're talking back and forth with one of the Malkin, who is clearly trying to like disengage from the conversation, but they're clearly getting themselves hyped up.
Don't step away! Don't turn away, Malkin! Keep your cowardly eyes on me while I'm speaking to you.
I'm gonna jump up. I go, I'll speak to you.
And the Tauraks would say,
Oh, it's you, pet. What do you want, pet?
Negotiator. I want you to leave my friends alone.
They won't be protected. Tarak's protection, best protection.
I protect them. Are my abilities all cooldown?
1, 2, 3. Only one that would not be is Gifts in Kind.
Cool. Yep, I'm going to... Soul Virtue. I'm going to look up at them, innocent eyes, and go, what if I got you some labor?
How?
I'm skilled. I can get people here.
The Tauraks look to each other, considering.
Why not money?
Have very much.
They have it. We know Malkin. Always hiding money.
Yeah, I'm a Malkin in my heart. I'm gonna open my war chest and go, this is all my savings. I asked them to pitch in and they gave me what they had.
You can see that they all come over, and the lead one who's you've been speaking with actually grabs the war chest out of your hand to like hold it up to his face.
Rude. I let them know. I can take it back if need be.
And they look at it, and the The leader one says to you,
You want to go away, you say?
Yes, without hurting any of them.
Yeah. This makes us go away, but you'll need protection soon. We'll be back.
No, don't be back. I get you people, you don't come back?
the Tarax would dump the war chest into like a sling pouch at his side, and then toss it onto the ground next to you,
I grab it.
and would say,
When we come back, people. Mm-hmm.
Yes, I nod vigorously.
Yes. Do it.
and they
Yep.
would turn and kind of like tossing their long hair to each other, they would bark in their own language and go stomping off.
Yep. And I'm going to approach the Malkins and go, are you guys okay with keeping some slaves for a while?
And a couple of Malkin faces kind of pop up. And as you are asking this, one of them would say with genuine fear in her voice, "Slaves from whom?"
I point at the wagon in front of them.
Need to discuss. And you can see that they kind of retreat into one of their covered wagons, and you can hear their hushed voices whispering as they kind of debate the pros and cons. You can hear nerves on their voices. And again, they're normally quite calm people. It seems as though they are quite worried about the political ramifications of such an action.
Okay, not worth it. How many wagons are ahead of them?
Right now, in terms of between them and the gate, the total number of parties, we will say, instead of like individual wagons, would at this point be like 8.
Cool. I can handle that. I'm gonna dump out my lantern.
The
And
sound of money immediately makes like not only the nearby Malkins kind of look over, but a couple of the surrounding kind of like camps. You hear people be like, "Oh, coins."
I'm gonna go hide most of it, give it to them in small doses, tell them that I'm begging and bringing you back money.
And the main Malkin that you've been interfacing with would say to you, "We shall." And you would see that he immediately like scoops the coins together, stands up, and through clearly sleight of hand, you see there are no coins where before there was a pile.
Excellent. Alrighty, and I'm gonna hop off and head forward and start sabotaging wagons in any way I can while being stealthy about it.
Now, stealth
whether that
about
helps.
is going to be the trick. Now, because there's been enough wagon fires and like broken axles that you can see that guard is substantially up around the remaining caravans. Almost all of them have people stationed where there weren't previously, and you are noticed as you are kind of approaching. And you would like the closest wagon that you've been used to kind of slipping in and out from under as you approach it. A woman at the back would give you like a wave away and say, "Stay back, stay back."
I'm going to step back, big sad eyes, and go, "Oh, okay."
And you can see that she looks kind of guilty for snapping at you and says,
Yep.
there's some sort of danger about, some saboteur."
Help?
You cut off a bit for me. Was that, "Can I help"?
Yeah, it was, "Oh no, can I help?"
I see, yeah. And she says, "We just keep eyes. If you see anyone sabotaging a wagon, yell, call everyone over."
I nod vigorously. That's a great opportunity to frame someone. And I'm going to keep going to the front, watching for any weaknesses.
Like an opening in a wagon, like a wagon's protection or something.
Yep, an opening or anyone moving to cause any problems.
Excellent. And because of that, I will give you 3 potential opportunities that you have in this regard. One, you do see that there is one caravan party whose wagons are largely unprotected. And it seems to be that this is because it is a rather small group. It's like a merchant, his family, and like 2 bodyguards. And because of that, they literally don't have enough eyes to watch all of their stuff. The second opportunity that you would have is in terms of people causing problems. I've mentioned it twice on the mission thus far. 18-foot tall humanoid. They have come stomping over at this point and are currently picking through the remains of the destroyed merchant stall that Ri'ik wrecked at the top of the mission to begin his Aufruhr.
Not subtle enough, I can't frame them. Third?
Pardon me. And the third option that you have too is that, like I mentioned, there are orphans and beggars, and there's quite a lot of them, or urchins and beggars rather, and they seem to be treated as a general nuisance by everyone here. They're treated quite harshly, and are consistently like shoved away or berated or yelled at.
Okay, I'm a Samaritan. I can use that. All right. First of all, I'm going to try to slip under the unprotected wagon and see if I can do it without anybody noticing me.
Okay, and given your size and your plus to reflex, how much time are you willing to give this? Are you willing to like wait a solid few minutes to like get an opening, or are you just going to try to slip in literally as fast as you can?
A few minutes, yeah, but no longer.
Sure. Yeah. In that case, you could
And if
get
anybody
in pretty confidently, without any of the caravan party seeing you, but maybe someone from the surrounding camps, like maybe would have happened to you. Just don't know. You're never going to be guaranteed 0 eyes. Just the number of relevant eyes is pretty much 0.
And I'm going to move with vigor as if I'm going to go all the way through.
Mm-hmm.
Not go all the way through. Lurk under there for a good minute, and then set it on fire. Well, once I see an opening on the other side, set it on fire and dash out.
Yep, absolutely. And sprinting out, you can see that it takes, as per usual, a little bit for people to notice the fire. And even then,
Yep,
it's mostly like the surrounding camp individuals who would like eventually call over, fire under the wagon, and then the merchant would freak out and like try to get his wagon out from the queue to repair it.
And going back to the going back to the lady I talked to before, I'm going to approach her looking very scared.
Yep. And as you do so, she goes to shoo you away at first and then says, "Did you see something then?"
I'm gonna nod like I'm afraid to tell her what I saw.
"What did you see? Who was it?"
I'm gonna get up close, and I have a perk on Extol Virtue called what is it called? Shoulder Devil, I think. Yeah, Shoulder Devil. That says Gina may alter the paired action to be private praise, targeting something she considers to be a virtue in the process. She considers this paranoia and scheming to be a virtue.
The she considers is carrying a lot of weight.
Yes, that's what the perk's for. It's going to get up close and like jump up and whisper in her ear. I saw the orphans working together to do it. And I want to use that as a feeding of the fire of paranoia, and make this lady like go on a witch hunt.
And as you do so, she frowns severely, and she says, "Together as a group?"
I nod fearfully.
You hear her mutter something under her breath in her own language. She says, "Well, put a stop to it. Make sure that you keep your ears exposed so no one mistakes you for one."
Of course.
And she nods and goes and taps another guy on the shoulder and starts to speak to him like severely, and then starts to like call a few other members of her caravan over. What would Gina like to do from here?
Is their caravan unguarded?
Yes, actually, their caravan is unguarded for the moment.
I'm going to subtly. I'm not going to set it on fire. I'm going to subtly sabotage it, like screw with their axle.
Yep, absolutely. And kind of scraping at the axle with your blade is going to be enough for the wheel to crack off at some point in a couple minutes or so. And
Yep.
After doing so, would Gina proceed out from here, or would she like hang around this caravan while the witch hunt is brewing?
No, she's going back to the what are they called?
The Malkins, yeah.
Malkins, yes.
Yep, absolutely. And
Hopefully with more money.
as she makes her way back over to them, the leader that she's been speaking with, the one who she healed, would say to her, "What have you been saying, so I know what to say in turn?"
I blame orphans. Well, sabotaging a few more wagons.
He nods and he says, "That is what I will say then."
Have they come back?
You can see that yes, they are starting to come back, and they're starting to like yell out towards some of the other surrounding camps in Metro.
Just like the same you need protection pay us, or
Pardon, you're talking about the Taroks, I see. I thought you were referring to the witch hunt that you were brewing. But yes, the Taroks are not yet returning. They seem the protection money seems to have kept them at bay, at least for the moment, but probably not for much longer, I'd guess.
okay. I'm going to dump out the new contents of my war chest.
Yep. And the Malkan immediately would like scoop it up, and it would again somehow just vanish onto his person.
Yep. What are the rappers up to? Are they still like just walking towards the gate, or?
Oh, you will see in a moment. At this point, this point they would both have entered the kind of like awning of the gatehouse, so to speak, or like the part where it enters the wall, meaning that Gina would not be able to see them clearly. But I believe they are going to be heard quite shortly. Julian, I don't know if you're back, but if you are, I can jump over to you guys. In fact, I can start with Ri'ik, and then we'll bring in Gideon, given that Ri'ik is just behind.
Charge me.
Sure thing. Ri'ik, what would you like to do as you can see Gideon entering in, and you would hear his voice with his vitality stat yelling out the demand of how much to make you vacate your posts, and you would also hear the barked response from the Sursine.
Yeah. So the response of like man's weight in gold, right?
A man's weight in gold.
Okay. Just stretching my left arm for no particular reason. What is the closest caravan here? Are those people like somewhat defenseless, or are they?
The caravan that is currently like furthest at the head is actually quite heavily armed. It is a troop of probably a dozen. They look like soldiers, and they actually have like an armored cart with them. That said, while they are pretty well armed, they don't have their weapons to bear.
I was going to throw the mace without asking. I'm very glad that I asked first.
Yeah.
So, is there maybe like a pile of... You know what? I'm at 0 pluses to luck pitch. I'm gonna do it again, but I think this is highly appropriate. There absolutely have to be like a stockpile of crates that they took as like a toll.
Oh,
right?
absolutely.
Next to the...
Yeah, they have all sorts of supplies that they have taken as toll around them.
Right. So, Ri'ik, again, stretching his left arm for no particular reason, and then proceeds to, with an underhand throw the Morning Star towards the stockpile of crates. Activating Offer, I'd like to sort of like look at the people in the gatehouse, sideways. Again, the Raven stare, intense look. And immediately after, like shortly after the demand is set, Ri'ik is going to look at them and say, "Or the alternative is having an angry mob club you to death."
Now,
With my free left arm now,
yeah,
I want to take my. I assume I do have some sort of like a pouch of gunpowder and ammunition for the
hand cannon.
yeah.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Right. So I take that, and I tie the pouch towards my. I tie it around my Langus master.
Oh, okay.
Before we get into a brawl, we'll see why later.
And Gideon, as you hear the Sursine response, you would hear a clatter and a crash as one of the crates of tribute near, like, kind of behind you and to your right is smashed open by a morning star, and Ri'ik kind of like steps into the like alcove of the gatehouse behind you, and this is where he would say or you can deal with an angry mob clubbing you to death.
Well, was about to say that if you were a bit more expensive, you could probably afford more than this crumbling piece of shit of a wall you have going on here.
And as you say this, the Sursine kind of like snarl and like get to their feet and start getting their weapons out. The tallyman would yell while like brandishing his bone with the tallies on it.
This wall is a trophy.
And yet I have broken it all the same.
And as you would say this, the tallyman would give a roar and like bring up his fist. And as he does so, you guys would both feel a sudden wind emanate from him, even though you're in the protected thing. Like the wind source from him, and it is bitterly cold, like a deep, cold, frigid breath of wind rushes from the Sursine as he roars, and his men begin to advance. You can see that they bring up their weapons, which are mostly like, again, big military picks and javelins. And one of them grabs the death pig and hauls himself onto its back and starts to like. He doesn't have reins. Instead, he just grabs its mane and starts to like roughly turn its head as it and snarls
Excellent.
and slathers.
Before he does anything, can I get an action here, please?
Yeah, please.
Okay. The pouch of gunpowder and like ammunition for hand cannon is tied to my Langus master by now, right?
Yep.
Okay. I'd like to strain the muscles in my right arm really heavily, and like sort of like forcing it like in an unnatural manner. Then take my left arm, which is now free because I have thrown my mace.
Yep.
Like forcefully dislocate it, suddenly like releasing the like strained muscles. And I'd like to do an arcane manifestation here. 2+2 arcane.
You have 2+2. Okay. Now the big one here is, even though you have started the Aufruhr, you haven't done that much with it yet, and I don't know if you have the strength to dislocate your own arm.
That is perfectly fine. Just like trying in the process is good enough.
Dragging
as
is
much as possible.
totally fine.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
And what are you going for with your manifestation?
Maybe if I do not succeed in dislocating, first of all, I think Ri'ik probably wouldn't be cutting his fingernails, so that's a thing that he has. Like forcing that into his arm, forcefully like dragging muscles forward. And then as I release, I'd like to sort of cause an eruption and like force the muscles in his arm into like a tendril, throwing the Langus master like a projectile forward.
Nice. I kind of had a feeling that's what you were going for. And as Ri'ik is gearing up for this, Gideon, actions you would like to take as the Sursine are bearing down on you guys.
He is gonna take a running start and then do the whole thing, like winding himself up and launching the Morning Star, trying to go for the tally bearer, knowing full well that he's probably gonna hit the tally itself over the man as the thing goes swinging.
Remind me your vigor.
1+.
Okay. In that case, as you are rushing forwards, one of his Circine comes rushing towards you to intercept with a big two-handed military pick, like just a big club with an enormous spike through it, you know what I mean? And goes to just like drive his spike into your armor, like at head area. This is like, given that you have to do like this big like bodily swing to throw out the mace, it will be quite hard to readjust for him blitzing you like this. So what do you want to try to do?
I would like to move just ever so slightly forward so he overshoots. Trying to hook him with the armor or the wings, if that makes any sense.
Yep. And in this case, as he swings, you can try to like get a little ahead so the spike doesn't go into your armor, but you would still eat the haft, which is being swung with a pretty good amount of force. That said, with your resilience and your armor, it would be an almighty clang and you'd be like staggered, but it would not it wouldn't down you by any means. And that said, you can also, like you said, try to like kind of grapple him loosely between your wings and your armored bulk. What would you like to do as you and he kind of lock in against each other?
Well, I would like to just knee him in the loins.
Yes, indeed. And as you cram your knee up into his balls, he would hear him give like a grunt and a roar as he like tries to like grapple you down towards the ground, but you are actually stronger than him one-on-one.
Yeah, which is fine. So Gideon will try to pick up the lost momentum, just complete the motion, which with the rotation going on probably would help him like at the same time throw the guy off somewhere.
In this case, it's rather a clumsy motion given the added weight that's like trying to cling to him, and so you do get him off of your body, but you do the swung mace is like completely wild, and given the penchant of Morning Stars to cause collateral damage, as it goes wildly swinging, it smashes open another couple of crates of tribute toll that they've been collecting here at the gatehouse. As this is happening, there's another blast, and for the third time on this mission, one of you blows your arm off. Though in this case, it's much more intentional. We have lost 4 arms on this mission, albeit this one was a prosthetic. And as the blade goes like launching out, it completely embeds itself into one of the Circine's chests, just like blooming up to its hilt through it.
Okay. As question, did it spill the contents of the gunpowder pouch?
Yes, it did spill the contents of the gunpowder pouch.
2 pluses to arcane. Can I get a fiery spit on the ground?
Yes, that is completely fine. And then as like a quick match goes off. And as the fire goes like rushing over and starts to like climb up the body of the impaled Circine, it then detonates the gunpowder pouch, poof, which goes off with a big puff of black powder. And simultaneously, there is an almighty blast as your hand cannon goes off, aimed by the Knecht. And because he has been aiming it, and you did kind of like talk him into doing this, kind of, sort of. He
kind of not talked at all, but like you know.
He does completely miss what he was originally aiming at, and instead hits another thing of tribute, which completely just detonates and sends coins all over the room.
Amazing.
As that is happening, however, Ri'ik would suddenly feel a kind of like a chattering in his beak and like a pain in his ear holes as the cold is starting to set in and the wind is blowing heavier towards him. This would be also mirrored by Gideon, who after this second wild swing that smashes open some of their toll boxes, as he is turning back around, he would see that the tally man holding up the bone is roaring with his hand like this, but as he roars and he draws breath, he kind of draws breath through his hand, and then when he roars out again, it sends out another enormous gust of cold air that would actually stagger Gideon. And despite, I mean, his armor would help a little bit, right? Because it's boiling in armor, but it would still like chill him to the bone to feel it.
Okay. Can I get an action here?
Quick response from Gideon first upon taking one of these frost breaths, full blast.
He will try to sweep up one of the nearby Sursine accosting him with a wing. And just as a response in kind to being blown off so violently, would like to just produce a gust. Parts the big wingspan, parts manifestation of his own, and just lob the guy towards the magician.
And as you use your own arcane manifested gust of wind, it would kind of part the wind being blown towards you. But given that it's facing wind against wind, the Sursine that you would kind of hurl would be kind of halted and staggered before it is completely thrown into the Tallyman, as the Tally's wind opposes
That is
your own.
fun. We shall follow it up with a kick just for the sake of it.
Yes, indeed. And the kick is absolutely able to land. Though that said, as you kick the Sursine down to the ground, you would actually start to feel your limbs slowing. Ri'ik,
No, not kick the Sursine to the ground. Kick the Sursine farther towards the, like, full-on Spartan kick him towards the magician.
Oh, yes, indeed. The kick would be, given that he's already staggered by the wind, it would knock him onto the ground. And Ri'ik, follow-ups from you as you take part of this frost blast.
Right. First question. Just from like hearing all the things happening around me. How far is working, I'm assuming. How well is it working?
So, it is doing two things. Actually, before I say this, are you looking around to check or just listening?
Yeah, sure. Turns around as I reach into my war chest and expend a bunch of gold to get myself very historical fur armor. Just like wrap my entire being in furs.
The ultimate historically accurate Viking armor.
Yes.
And as you are being clad in furs...
Can I also get like snow goggles just for my eye?
Yeah, sure, you can get snow goggles. I'm fine with that. As you are cladding yourself thusly, you would see that your Aufruhr is doing two things really well. One, it's making people run in to grab the gold that were, like the coins that were flung everywhere, and like the loot from the toll. That's one, is people are stealing toll. Two, when a Sursine is down for the count, people jump on him and beat him up. But they're terrified of actually attacking the Sursine, and whenever one is on his feet, they keep well away.
Yeah. Okay. With that, I quickly check.
The Connect is reloading the hand cannon.
Right. I give him a sideways look and a quick nod of approval, and then go for my mace.
Before we go further with this, however, let's jump back over to Gina. Now, Gina, at this point, with the Tomáš not having returned, and the anti-orphan sentiment brewing, what would Gina like to do?
Can she hear that going on?
Yes, she can absolutely hear combat at the gatehouse.
Awesome. Can I find I'm looking for either a single person isolated or a coherent group of people that are not the witch hunters.
Okay. Both findable. The second one's much easier.
Okay. Yep, I'm going to approach them.
Yep. This would be, do you care if they're armed, or do you want them to be like as unarmed as possible?
Nope. People who ideally haven't seen my various shenanigans, but otherwise I don't care who they are.
Yep. This would be a pretty nearby camp that has about like 10 or so individuals, reasonably well armed and armored, and they do have their weapons out and are kind of like looking a little concerned at all the chaos going on, but aren't really like stepping up to act that much. They're not super in the line of fire.
Yep. I'm going to approach them and looking with my disguise, looking as pathetic as possible. Going to, you know what, using my Asclepian as a walking stick and hobbling a little bit. I'm going to go to explain to them quite kindly that the guards have gone mad. And I'm going to go, my friends, they're trying to negotiate with the guards, and they just attacked them out of nowhere, and nobody's ever going to get into the city right now. Please, they're not, they didn't do anything, and look, I like gesture to the chaos unfolding.
Yeah.
I don't ask anything of you except for your sympathy. Please just, listen to me and understand. My friends need help. And of course, that's a good cause.
Yes, indeed. As you are activating a good cause, you see that the first person you speak to kind of looks at you and she nods and she says, "The Sersign are harsh. There is little we can do to oppose them. But I wish your friends well. I would not wish to fall afoul of the Sersign." And as she's saying this, you can see another of the group behind, kind of nods and says, "The Sersign are all mad. Pillagers is what they are. Pillagers and thieves."
Gonna nod enthusiastically at that.
Is she going to? What is she going to say from here? Because right now she's gotten a couple of people, but not a ton of people yet.
Yep, I'm gonna go. They are, and I don't ask that you fight them for me. I know that it's a big risk, and I know that you have families to feed, and you need to think of your well-being. I just ask that you also extend your well wishes. All I need are thoughts and prayers to. Maybe God is listening. Maybe you can help with just believing that they'll be okay.
And yes, carry on.
The Sersign, they are pillagers. They're so mean. We didn't do anything.
And as Gina is saying this, is she speaking directly to this group, or is she casting her voice out around as well? Like, how targeted is she being here?
To the group, because if I go too far, people are going to start catching on that I'm extremely two-faced.
Indeed. And in this case, as you're saying this, more of them kind of step out, and one of them would say to you, "You know, you and your friends can join us and be part of the Horde. The arm accepts all. We can fight the evil of the Sersign and perhaps take this section of gate for the Horde. And then that would allow you and your friends passage as you fall under our banner."
I nod enthusiastically. I go, I don't speak for them, but I can definitely ask.
And as you do so, the woman who first spoke says, "Yes, the Horde is kind. The Horde understands. It returns your loyalty with spoils, but more than spoils. It gives you freedom." And she says, "And it's clear that freedom is something the Sersign know nothing of, if it is not to feed their own miserable stomachs."
Big shiny eyes. Ooh, I think I'm cutting out a little bit.
Oh, I got you. I got you.
Got it. The Horde sounds wonderful. I'll definitely tell my friends.
And as you are saying so, you can feel a good cause activating in earnest. And jumping back over to the two Raubritters inside of the underside of the gate, Gideon, actions you would like to take as the Great Frost Breath is for the moment opposed, but he definitely has more juice in his wind than you do in yours.
Well, just follow the man I kicked. Presumably standing next to him anyway because I kicked him down.
Yep. You feel as you approach,
And-
you step slower and slower as ice crystals are starting to form on your eyelashes.
Fuck that. Gideon thinks to himself. Having been through many a thing, most probably both outer space and the various colds that can be found outside of such lush planets as this, he does not care for this little breeze that is wafted upon him as he just like slowly tries to push through it and get stronger and faster as he rushes the man.
Will stat.
Singular plus.
Singular plus. The singular plus is not going to kick it outright. However, it will at least stop it from slowing you further and allow you to keep stepping forwards. In fact, Gideon would feel as he is moving forwards, he would feel the weight of his exhaustion lightening as a good cause starts to kick in for him. As he is bearing down on the tally man, you can see that he has at this point taken his own weapon, which in this case is, imagine like a sword, but it is only meant for stabbing, and it's pretty much just a big tooth, right? Big ass tooth sword.
Yeah.
He's kind of pulled it out, continuing to like inhale and then bellow out to get more wind in your direction. Though you can see that there are veins popping on his forehead and his like jaws are tense.
Gideon
with the
will
exertion.
also just fold his wings in front of him,
Yep.
just so his eyes still peering through the helmet, otherwise somewhat more shielded.
Yep. And Ri'ik, what are you going to do?
Does my war chest still have some like currency in it?
Checking down, yes, only a small amount, and it's because the Connect blew up one of the toll boxes.
I was gonna do Unverwust like here, but not
Well,
with
you should
that.
also have coins in your pocket.
One
Sorry?
more time.
You should also
yeah,
have money
I
in
would-
your pocket, I think.
That is actually a good point. Your war chest would not have much, but your pocket does. Though, how much Ri'ik would recognize that is up to you.
Yeah, I mean he'd probably feel it, right?
I'd be okay with it. Yeah.
Yeah. Though it's not enough for like an automated prosthetic, right?
I don't think so.
Right. In that case, having picked up my Morning Star, closest target.
Closest target at this point, as you look back around, would be the 3 seer sign that are kind of menacing off the Aufruhr crowd. You can see that they're also kind of scaring away the Connect, who is trying desperately to reload the hand cannon, but isn't able to do so very fast, and he seems to be the one they're mostly targeting. It is at this point that Ri'ik would also start to feel the effects of a good cause hitting him. Not only would the pain of blowing off his hand again be starting to be abated, but he has been exerting himself quite a lot. And he would
Yeah.
start to feel himself being replenished and the weight of his exhaustion starting to slowly be lifted from him. At least the worst of it.
Okay, that's amazing.
Oh shit, I
so-
just realized something. A good cause would be giving you both money.
That is great. So, with that being said, I'd like to get my Morning Star. It's gonna be sort of an energy work, perhaps, maybe. So Gideon, from what I've seen, is struggling to get in reach of one of them, right?
Yeah, the tally man whose frost breath is forcing Gideon at like a slow walk, though he is currently folding his wings in front of him.
So Ri'ik has full faith that he's gonna be able to deal with it. That being said, it looks like it's gonna be something that's gonna keep him occupied for far too long, right? He probably is that like a right assumption for me to make?
Well, if nothing else, it's clearly a struggle, and even though Ri'ik is
Yeah.
much farther away from the frost breath, it's affecting him pretty badly too. Although him giving himself those heavy furs is great protection against this type of threat.
Yeah. Okay. I position my Morning Star like this with the handle to the front and the actual Morning Star like aimed towards me, sort of. I activate unverwüstlich, sort of like with renewed vigor, like shaking my hand almost as if it was like a wing and I was trying to fly, right?
Yeah.
But instead, I'm not going for a wing. I'm just going for like a second Morning Star, sort of like connected to my hand. This one doesn't have a chain, just like a Morning Star.
Yeah.
And yeah, and with that, what I'd like to do is sort of like suddenly like move the Morning Star like towards me so
Yeah.
that the so that it sort of like elongates on the chain and like almost hits me. And then I bet it with my own Morning Star and like do the through the like double impact, like send it flying and have the handle hit the guy in the forehead.
That's so
Ideally.
funny. You're playing pool with Morning Stars.
Yes.
Good one. And as you do so, Gideon, as you are pushing closer with your wings crossed up, you would see that. Oh God, I just realized something. No, I don't have to do that. You don't have that high luck. I was gonna say it lands in his mouth because he's just yelling, but then no, you don't have the luck for that. But in this case, Gideon, as you are approaching the yelling. The yelling seer sign, and you can feel like the cold is being barely kept at bay by your defiance in your wings. You would see that out of nowhere, a Morning Star head would just kind of like come like spinning in and just go like off of his forehead, leaving like a bloody gouge, and his scream, like his roaring wind attack, would for the moment pause. Immediate actions from Gideon as he gets a moment free
Yes.
of the frost.
Just lunge to topple him over. Wings still folded, just lie on top of him,
Yep.
if at all possible.
As you knock him down onto the ground, you would feel your wings pierced through by his like tooth knife, but it doesn't reach your face. It just kind of like rips into your wings, and then he draws it down to like curtains being ripped open. Just rip open your wings.
Gideon is just gonna very gently put his knee between the man's legs
Yep.
and put a gentle amount of pressure on there.
And as you do so, the tallyman with his bone and his blade would just kind of like look up towards you. You see him panting with exertion from casting the wind spell.
You will let all who come here today pass through the gate, won't you?
I hardly have choice.
Correct.
He says,
They up will close the gate. I cannot stop it.
What do you mean?
he says, I, and then he points to the open gate.
I don't choose.
He points up,
If see,
and he points.
people come fast, they close.
That seems like more your problem than mine at the moment. As he heightens the pressure a bit.
As this is happening, Ri'ik, at the same time, after pool balling your mace, caraming your mace off of his head, follow-ups that Ri'ik would like to take from here, he can see that the remaining Sursine have charged the Aufruhr gang and scared them off completely. Like you and Gideon are being left alone in the gate opening, and you can see that the Sursine, like remaining 3 Sursine warriors, are turning around to see what's going on with you and Gideon.
Right. Gideon for now is only like only best one to deal with, right?
Yeah. He is
And I can
currently
see
like
that he-
negotiating, so to speak,
Yeah.
with one.
I can see that from what I can intuit being a operator, he's probably gearing up for an opprobrium, right? So in that case, yeah, I should probably let him not get interrupted and do his own thing. So I'll go and try to draw as much attention as possible. Has the Knecht at this point reloaded the hand cannon?
No, he got scared off before he could, but he still has it, and he's working on reloading it.
Okay. Like a quick check, where is he in the process?
You can see that he's at the point where he's tamping down the gunpowder. He's using his hand inadvisably.
That is perfectly fine, because I do not need any projectiles. I just need a stick that goes boom. So I grab it with my left hand, and you said that there was a cart, like a heavily fortified one, right?
Yes, very fortified. And you can see that its inhabitants are they have their weapons out, and they're just keeping like in formation around the cart to protect it.
Okay. Do I sort of like see what's inside of the cart?
Yeah, it's an arms cache.
Amazing. And if the hand cannon were to blow up in the wagon, would it be too fortified to actually like blow up?
The wagon is reasonably well made. It would need a pretty substantive explosion. Though that said, it is open topped. And so if
Okay.
you can launch things out of it, then that would work.
Right. And what about the back of the wagon?
Back of the wagon is like, it's clearly how they access it, but it is closed and bolted.
Okay. If the wagon doors were to be like opened, would the things like spill on the ground?
Yeah, a bit.
Make a lot of noise, given that they are weapons and like metal stuff. Okay.
A bit for sure.
The hand cannon has a fuse at this point, I'm assuming, right?
It does.
Okay. Light it with I think he would still have like matches or something. So light it, and for a while make it seem like he's taking aim at the sear sign.
Brace.
Yeah. And then instead just sort of like twist it around and lob it into the wagon and start moving away.
And as you do so, the hand cannon goes off. Weapons kind of fly out like popcorn in a couple directions, and your Aufruhr gang is reinvigorated. Many of them rushing over to take up weapons, and the defenders of the wagon yelling out, "No, that's requisitioned by the Horde!" as they kind of rushing out to try to acquire the weapons. And you're charged by like two of the sear sign, both of whom are like roaring at you. And like in full battle mode, ready to go. Though you can see that one of them is, as they are rushing, they have a small, crappily made stuffed animal tucked into the ruff of their furs.
Oh no. Okay. What is around me? Is there something I could scale?
Yes, actually, there's one thing that you could scale, which is the portcullis. The portcullis is open, but it is not open all the way, and so you can actually reach up and haul yourself up.
Okay. Even with one missing hand.
You have oh wait, you don't have a plus to might. Fuck you.
No, I have plus 2 vigor.
You do have a plus to vigor. That would be a really rough climb, and it would hurt a lot.
I have a beak.
That's-
That helps.
Don't climb with your face, please.
I mean, birds do that all the time.
That's
but
true,
their
but birds
beaks
don't
are-
weigh as much as a
they-
person.
Yeah, true. And their beaks are quite different also.
Mhm.
And they don't usually do that on like an actual protocol. Yeah, I guess I just like sort of like, and they are approaching like one side by side.
Yes, exactly.
Right? Okay. I do not exactly have a lot of options because I sort of like ruined all my fucking weapons.
Indeed. In
Can-
this case,
can-
let's.
I have
You
a
have a thing.
I cast a lot of chaos. Can I get a helmet with like two obnoxiously large horns on the top?
Well, you do already have that helmet.
Right.
Are you going
Can
to-
I add the horns on top of it?
yeah, dude, just like just shitty horns.
Yes.
That's totally fine.
Ideally not shitty, please, because I'd like to just countercharge with my horn.
Yeah, and since we're dealing with Circe, it would totally make sense. They could be like some animal tusk or something like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
And as you are doing so,
And also, please have like little straps under my chin.
oh nice, yeah,
So that it
makes
doesn't
complete
fall off.
sense. And as you countercharge, like putting your head down a bit to countercharge, they just completely fucking deck you. Just like you're slammed to the ground.
As was expected. There was an attempt.
However, Gideon, and then back to Gina. Actions from Gideon at this point, as the tally man is being pressured further. What more? Do you
If
wanna
one were to remove the annoying, he points towards the thingy at the gate that could be lowered.
The portcullis, yeah.
That wouldn't matter too. That would make them not matter, yes.
Yes.
He will headbutt the guy.
Yep.
Then get himself back up. Quick jump to gauge the weight of the war chest.
War chest is feeling plump.
That is good. I need to check something, though I'm probably, yeah. As he folds open his wings, I would like to produce a second Unterwüstlich, replacing the still missing arms with a pair of working prosthetic arms.
Okay.
If at
How
all
well do
possible,
you want
now
them to
that there
work?
is. Sorry?
How well do you want them to work?
I want them to be brute strength. I do not need them to be at all dexterous. I'm just gonna be brute forcing this, I hope.
Okay. In that case, the wings would fall to the ground. This would spend... Are you okay spending, like, all of your wealth on this?
Yes.
Excellent. As you are doing so, before we finish Gideon's action here, Gina, having used a good cause and speaking to the Horde's representatives, what will you do from here?
Is Gifts in Kind off cooldown?
Gifts in Kind is off cooldown.
Saying I could elicit a donation. I don't really even need aside from more money. They've been using their money well. Okay. How many caravans are there now between ours and the gate?
5.
Has the orphan witch hunt caused any problems?
Yes. It is currently making it such that even though there's only 5 between you and the gate, 2 of those caravans are currently all but unoccupied because their inhabitants are currently rushing around trying to apprehend whoever caused the fires.
Okay. I'm going to bow to the people I was talking to. Go, thank you for your time. And I'm going to go cause some more fires.
And as she is lighting fires on the unoccupied wagons, which causes even more outrage from among them and allows the Malkin convoy to start to skirt up a little closer, Gina would hear the sound of hooves again.
I've been giving the Malkins some money. They can probably handle it. I'm going to slip over there.
Yep. And as you are arriving, you would see that a team of Malkans have begin to negotiate with the Taraks. You can see that they are doing it far more confidently at this point, and are saying things along the lines of, "You know of our limitations and you know of our ways. This is a desperate time, and to tap into our reserves is not something we do lightly." And so they're clearly like buttering up the Taraks to make them expect less.
I'm gonna pull like one fucking coin out of my war chest.
Yep.
Jump back up to them, and go, "There aren't many more people I can ask, but I got a little bit more." And in a full display to the centaurs, just offer the one coin to the guy I've been talking to.
They laugh cruelly again, and the Malkin would kind of pool together and say, "This is all that we have been able to find from our reserves." And they bring together like less than a 20th of the money that you've supplied them. And as they do so, the Taraks would, after they finish laughing, say to Gina,
"And what of people, you say? You have brought us some."
"No, I've been begging instead and bringing the money to give you." And I point out the money that they're offering. I hope it's enough.
And as they kind of like chuff and like flare their nostrils, one of the Taraks says, "Not enough," and grabs one of the Malkin by her arm.
Oh hell no. Okay, gifts and kind time. I'm going to actually run up and jump to land on their arm.
Yep.
As they're grabbing. I go, "No, no, 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 no. I've been begging and bringing you money. I don't know what more you want from us. This isn't protection." And I'm going to go, persuasively request the donation through appeal to the dare's humility.
Or humanity, rather.
Humanity, okay. Yes. And I'm going to go, "Is this how you want to be remembered?" And I'm going to start talking loudly to get attention. And go, "We've done nothing but pay you. I've been begging and giving you all that I have, and still you treat us like this?" And I'm going to say, for all you've given you, we deserve protection at least for the rest of the day." Using gifts in kind to try to get them to offer protection.
And as you are saying this, some of the horde of the arm that you were speaking to earlier start to heckle the Taraks.
"The brave warriors from the plains come descending upon their foes, and look what great foes they encounter. Do you think that your great strength is well matched against that, Taraks, unarmed Malkin?"
And as you are saying this from one side, the horde is heckling from the other side. The Tarks are getting kind of agitated. And one of the Taraks barks back,
"We're working! This is protection!"
And one of the horde yells back, "Ha! We saw the money exchanged earlier." And after a moment say, "Do you really value your own services so highly? And for such quality protection, too?" After another moment, you can see that the Taraks are starting to like turn towards the horde men, looking angry. But as they do so, they drop the Malkin woman. And one of the horde would call out to you,
"Sister in kind, sister in the making. Do you wish for us to drive these beasts off back where they come from? Or do you spare them?"
I have an image to maintain. I'm gonna go, "I don't like when anyone's hurt, but if that's what it takes to save my friends."
And one of the Taraks would say,
We're your protectors. And say, we accept your payment. Accept it then. Hard men stand down. Put away your sticks.
you can see that the horde had been starting to assemble pikes, which the Taraks did not look like they were particularly enthusiastic about dealing with. However, as the horde jeer at them, the lead Tarax kind of whips around angrily and barks at Gina.
We protect you then. Not for the day. We protect you now. Where you go?
Inside. Gina's gonna point to the gate and go, just until we're inside?
Just until inside?
Yes, I don't ask much.
Good. Get inside then.
And the Taraks bark to each other, they move ahead, and they literally start bodily pushing carts off the road.
Yes, what we're talking about. We love that. Gina's like cackling to herself, but not within the view of the horde.
Yeah.
So do they push them like at least somewhat decently, or do they just like literally flip over fucking cars?
They're like flipping them over, like just getting people out of the way. And given how given how big the Taraks are and how like fearsome their reputation is, the like relatively not super well armed people that they're like bullying aren't standing up to them. Like the horde can, because they have a bunch of trained soldiers with pikes, but a bunch of civilians with like sidearms and things not gonna do anything to a Tarax. And as the Malkans immediately start ushering their like caravan forwards with Gina at the prow, jumping back over to Gideon with his newly conjured prosthetic arms.
He is gonna abuse the situation that there are 3 people currently ganging on. My mind is blanking on the character
On
name.
Ri'ik?
Ri'ik.
Yeah.
Ri'ik. He's gonna just run up, like his crude arms crushing towards the 2 on either side, and then just his knee going for the one in the middle.
Yeah. And as you like lay in among them, are you trying to like peel them off of Ri'ik or just like slam them or choke them or what?
Oh, he is going to, like, if he can force the one down, he's going to try to smack the other 2 together.
Yeah, like like 2 heads together sort of thing. And Ri'ik, as they brought you to the ground, during that moment of scramble, of where like there's just like a brawl of fists and weapons, what would Ri'ik be trying to do to protect himself? Is this just like arms overhead, or would he be like trying to fight back?
Yeah. So there's like one over me or multiple?
There was one who like main took you down, but then the other 2 are like right next to you as well and are beating on you as well.
I'd like to activate Unverwüstlich.
Yeah.
Now, I'm wondering whether charging fearlessly to like impale them on my helmet was enough of a shaking of your injuries sort of paired action.
I am okay with that paired action, yes.
Okay. I do have a large amount of wealth in my chest, I'm assuming now, right? As I have
A good
blown
cause
up.
has given you quite a bit of wealth, yes.
And also, I have blown up the caravan since then.
That was the bigger one, yes.
Yeah. So, I'd like to have like 3 blades on top of my right hand, replacing my my morning star thing.
Yeah.
And now here comes the big question: can it have a sort of like a blender mechanism?
Oh my god. Oh, I don't know about that. It is setting appropriate, and they don't really have that stuff.
Oh no!
It's funny though. I'm tempted.
It is pretty appropriate. He's from sort of like a modernish setting, but God. I mean, what could be a reasonable thing to be? Because I need something larger. I have no idea right now. Could I get a minute?
Sure. In that case, because we need to get that to resolve what's going on with Gideon. Gina, as the caravan is moving forward at speed, You get past the fifth in line, then the fourth in line. The third in line puts up a fight, and you see the Taroks starting to stomp them into the dirt to get them out of the way. Like they have no mercy.
Is the Horde watching?
Yes, they are. And in fact, you have like a small contingent of Horde soldiers following, having had their hearts plucked by the good cause, to try to like protect Gina, the Horde sister in the making.
Yep. I have an image to hold up, so as soon as the people who are being injured, as soon as the centaurs are no longer focusing on them, in full view of the Horde, I'm going to drag them off of the road and take my Asclepian and start working on their injuries.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you do so, you would see up ahead, as you're like healing the last of them, that there's only one last caravan in the way, and it's another Horde of the Arm caravan. But also, it's in serious trouble. Reason being is that it's clearly carrying weapons, and the weapons have been scattered everywhere, and a whole bunch of just like random opportunists are descending and are scrapping with the Hordemen, and it is into this mess that the Taroks are riding in.
Fuck. Hey, my followers are gonna want me to stop them, but I don't want to stop them. They're doing good work. Have they seen how fast I can run?
I don't think you've shown it yet.
Good, they don't need to know. I'm gonna take a little longer than I need to with this Asclepian,
Yeah.
and then look up, make a big show of noticing that they're Horde armed people, and start hustling over there at like baseline vigor speed.
Yes. And no, stop, don't, wait. As Gina is hurrying over, Tomáš, what do you got for me?
A hook, a large sickle-like hook, on my right hand.
Yep. And as it is created, what do you want to do with it?
Reach for his heels and.
And you do manage to rip off the ear of one of the...
Oh, sorry, not ear. The heels, because
Okay.
I'd be on ear. Right.
Heels, pardon me. Thank you.
The
I don't know
heel.
how I heard ear. And as you kind of reach for a heel and pull it out, one of the ones that's like looming over you is brought down before they can beat on you further. But immediately after doing so, what would Ri'ik like to try to do?
I am assuming I'm about to get hit by a natural one. Right.
You've been hit a couple of times in body shots because your furrows kind of conceal the armor that you have underneath. But you can see that the main one that brought you down is clearly readying to get you in the face.
Okay. I roar towards him. So like forceful roar towards him, 1+2 vigor. And as I do that, I want to like throw my arm and get the hook in his stomach.
And as you go to roll, you find that his legs are on either side of you, so he's pretty much straddling you, meaning that the roll is caught by him because you're in between his legs. He can just kind of squeeze tightly and make sure you cannot roll, meaning that when you throw up your arm, he is there ready to catch as well. The hook does dig into him, but it doesn't get where you were aiming.
Right. Question: a significant amount of wealth was spent on this shitty thing.
Yes.
Could it at least be sort of like a since it's a prosthetic? Could it be like taken off and just like held like a blade?
That's
Okay, my other hand goes towards it, and I grab it in the other hand, and as he's holding it, I sort of like twist it around so that it like cuts his arm.
And as you do so, and this Hordeman is kind of like pulled back, Ri'ik would be struck a horrible blow as a military pick slams through his beak near the point where beak meets cheek. It leaves a hole in the beak and would whip his head down to the ground with the part of the pick's tooth still sticking out of him. It is at this point that Gideon would reach him and clock the heads of the two that are still on their feet and like cast them to the side while kneeing the other one. Gideon, with Ri'ik having been just dealt that horrible blow to the face, you can see that there's blood that's starting to drip out of his beak. What would you do?
Don't worry about me, I'm doing fine.
Yeah. I was about to say he will tell him to get the fuck back up, soldier. We still have a mission to complete.
Does he actually say that?
No, he will tell him to just tough it out, man. We are still not done.
Yeah,
But
I think 2 plus 2 resilience helps a bit. Like still he's like shaken, right?
Oh, badly.
But yeah, as he's just sort of like gonna try to clap his beak forcefully, thus activating opprobrium. And I'd like to expand the rest of my wealth on like a metallic plating on my beak.
Or rather,
full...
unfairly again.
Sorry, unpurposely.
No problem.
And I'd like
it's
to.
fuck o'clock for you guys. You get
It
you
is
get a
fine.
full pass.
I mean, look, it's fucking sunlight.
Yeah.
Anyways, get like metal casing on my beak, full on with like large, like cartoonish hook-like teeth.
Oh, that's awesome. That's definitely something to spend your wealth on. And Gideon, after Ri'ik is recovered, what would you do?
It looks like, at this point, looking forward, something is barreling towards them.
And looking towards, you can see the group of 3 great brutish centaurs bearing down on the weapon cart that is standing in front of the gate's entrance.
If he were the people up top, would he try and lower the... I forgot what it's called at this point.
Portcullis, yeah.
Yes.
That sounds pretty accurate considering all the pandemonium down below. Though that said, it's kind of surprising they haven't done so already.
Can I say that he picked up his morning star, which presumably dropped off along with the wings?
Sure, I'm fine with that.
So, final thing, we are needing to get this thing out of the way, right? And he will just swing the morning star atop his head and aim for the very object-like thing of the portcullis.
Mm-hmm.
And as it goes out, he would like to have it wrap around his metal arm going out so he can really muscle into it as it reaches.
It clangs into the portcullis and kind of gets lodged between two of the, like, one of the square openings.
And then he will just try to pull it inwards.
And as he does so, this portcullis is unbelievably heavy. It's a very sturdy piece of metal. That said, as he is hauling on it, Ri'ik, any actions you would like to take from here?
Oh god, I'm not really sure how I'll be able to help here. I don't even have a plus to might.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
Would it be alright at baseline intelligence to guess, since it's a metal and not wooden, that just bending it would probably be enough to just have it jam?
Definitely, though I would also add that this thing is so immensely thick that even with your, like, massive, like, your very high might stat, it feels like you're not going to put a dent in it whatsoever, at least by yourself. Like, even if you got 2 or 3 guys to haul on this, you probably wouldn't put a dent in it. Just a very big piece of iron.
Yeah. From how I have acted, or people have acted around me whenever I had explosives, the hand cannon, does it seem like that's something they are familiar with here?
It seems like something that some factions are familiar with and some aren't. Like, you noticed that when you were using it around some of the merchants, for example, then they were pretty alarmed by it. But on the other hand, the guys with the weapon cart, they had a blast go off, and they seem to be completely, like, still standing their ground and ready to go. They're defending, by the way, quite effectively against the random opportunists coming in to try to steal the weapons.
Yeah. But question, what about the Alpha crowd?
those are the ones who are trying to steal weapons from them. And they are, for the most part, less interested on the gate stuff that you guys are doing, mostly because the guys with the weapons cart are like blocking them from getting in through into the gate area, because like they're taking up that choke point, and so people like the Alvaror group is focusing their law-breaking tendencies on trying to like snag weapons from them and be a pain in the ass. So it's kind of like a weak hold that you have on them right now.
That's fine. I do have something of a gamer move here. One of the Surasine at least like semi-conscious yet.
Yep.
Okay, I picked the one who is the most conscious. Sort of like wrap my hook around their neck in such a way that I like bring them forward.
Yep.
And I again like the Braven look like straight into their soul. Like, do I have a permission to open the gate?
And
With that I sort of like twist it around so the blade is like on their throat.
And the Surasine says,
I would not close it for you.
And I assume that is a functioning opprobrium.
that is a functioning approach. Yep.
Do I let him live? I think he wouldn't outright kill him if he doesn't need to, honestly. Well,
Yeah.
he just like lets it drop to the ground.
Yep.
The hook on his shoulder, holding out the writ towards the crowd outside, and like again calls to get attention.
Yeah.
And then proceeds to like talk to not just the Alpha crowd, but like pretty much everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Come help with the gate. It's stuck. Everyone who helps can get in.
And as you are saying this, the brawl that is going on is paused for the moment. Even Gina would see this from outside. You would hear the faint sounds of the cawing over the sounds of the chaos, and one of the Taraks would say, "Get in!" And you would see that immediately the Taraks would leap over the horde men around their weapon cart and would like go barreling towards the portcullis. They three are all big, brawny centaurs, and as such, as they would come kind of like rushing in, one of them would reach over and grab onto the chain of the Morning Star in front of Gideon, and the next one would grab on and like lace their hands, so that you have now two gigantic brawny centaurs and Gideon all hauling on it.
Nice. I'm sort of like casually walking through forward like a down crier, just like holding out a thread, declaring this. And whenever I pass a person, I just like grab them by the shoulder and just like throw them towards the gate.
Yeah. And the horde that has their weapon carriage immediately stops trying to like fight people and starts like rolling their weapon cart in. Gideon, as your like grip is added to by these two massive centaurs, what would you do?
He is trying to do his best, acting as if he is even pulling at this point, because I'm assuming with them in front of him, there's no more weight for him to even pull on.
They are taking certainly the brunt of it, but Gideon's strength is noticeable. There is something funny about this, though. Morning Stars, when extended, do have a tendency to cause collateral damage. And as such, as you guys are putting this enormous amount of weight on this chain, there would be a crunch and a snap, and the chain would break, leaving the mace head lodged awkwardly at the point where the portcullis meets the top of the entryway where it emits from. Just completely wedging it in place. The two Taraks go kind of like staggering backwards, and you hear them like stomping and snuffing as they like are satisfied with having broken something. And one of them would like shove the broken chain of the Morning Star towards Gideon and say, "Take your metal hair, little man!" before stomping away.
In a very loosened it for you manner, he will hold on to the haft and he will watch as the chain of the broken mace very slowly retracts at this point.
And Gina, at this point, given your little oh, I'm really trying, gave just enough time for Ri'ik to announce the gates are open, and the Taurox would break ranks to leap over and make towards. The Horde cart would start making its way forwards, and a bunch of the random surrounders would just make a break for it to get in through the gate, meaning that you and the Malkans are next in line. Although, admittedly, any semblance of a line is completely gone, and it looks like a crush might start to form.
A what?
A crush. When a lot of people are trying to get into a small place, and it actually can result in people dying from just being squashed by other people.
Got it.
Wouldn't it be great to have a care of things right now?
Yeah. Unfortunately, we sent
The big question we need to ask ourselves here is: would any of the characters really care? The
Yes,
Malkans
indeed.
have cards.
They do, but we can't have any of the Malkans dying now, can we?
Mm.
What did I do with my hand cannon again? I made it blow up, right?
Yes.
I assume the actual gun is fucked up.
Yeah, it's completely fucked.
Okay.
Well, fun you should ask. Gideon's hand cannon is still atop the Malkan card.
That is true.
Do I see that?
You would see the Malkan cards coming into view, and you would see the hand cannon kind of awkwardly propped on the top of the front one. Gina, you had a thing?
Yep, I'm gonna get in the way of anyone else trying to access this gate in the Malkans, and start just offering healing services, but trying to start a line for them because I assume a lot of people are fairly injured. And it's free, but you have to wait for the person in front of you to be done. And if you disrupt the healing process, then there's stern words.
But the gate, we need to get through. We need to get through. Heal on the other side.
There will be time. There will be time. I can't help you once you're through. Let me heal you. And then I'm going to start offering alms too.
And the promise of healing and also free shit is definitely enough to sway enough people to give the Malkan an aisle. And Ri'ik, as you go kind of marching out, town crier style, people spilling past you, you see Gideon up ahead. The Taurox have gone stomping through into the through the wall beyond. Actions from Gideon and Ri'ik as the Malkan caravans are starting to trundle under the jammed portcullis.
Stuff the hand cannon full of coins from my war chest and just start firing it left and right.
And as coins go, are you shooting them out of the gate, out towards the waiting crowd, or are you shooting them elsewhere?
Yeah, out away from the gate so that the roads get cleared.
And as just a final little cherry on this, the first time you set it off, Gideon began the mission by putting a deliberate ding in that hand cannon, and it explodes in Ri'ik's face and lays him out again.
Fuck you, Gideon. Fuck you.
You do launch coins everywhere, which is yet another great distraction that stops the crush forming. But not only is Ri'ik laid out once a fucking again, blowing off his beak armor, but on top of all of that, it would knock him out.
I'm gonna roll with the fucking Asclepion and get to work.
And Gideon, as Gina is hurrying over, final actions from Gideon as the Malkans pass through and he feels his badge ping.
He will walk towards the two of them with an uncharacteristically hearty chuckle, as he just bends down and presses on Ri'ik's badge.
Yep. And after that, other notes from Gideon.
Like, kind of straightening up as if to say something and then just playing out himself.
And Gina, final actions from you as the Malkans pass through the gate. Ri'ik being pinged out before you.
Yep. Too much work, so little play. And I'm just going to take out my great axe and behead the nearest person I don't recognize.
And as you whack the head off of a random person trying to rush through the gate, Gina would see one other thing, which is a wounded Searsign a little ways off to the side with a familiar stuffed animal clutched in his hand.
No. No.
Okay. Gina doesn't actually care. She's going to hang out.
And on that note, we will end the mission. Holy shit. Oh my god. Okay. How many times can you hurt yourself on a mission? God, the Raubritter is a hilariously self-destructive class.
Built for.
Jeez. I gotta say, Raubritter plus Samaritan is as strong a combo as I thought it would be. The two classes play together so well. Because both play with wealth. Samaritan can help patch up excessive injuries. Insane combo.
And guess who loves to do excessive injuries to themselves?
Yes. They both play with like social dynamics and making people do stuff. It's really good combo.
An actual Samaritan would probably take some issue with the behavior of these two.
They would. Oh god. To summarize the focus words, I received Wanderwall, which factored in two ways. First of all, it factors into the fall of the Roman Empire did not go far enough. I was trying to reference Hadrian's Wall in this case, especially because Oasis is a famously English band. And so it made me think of, well, Roman wall in England. It's fucking Hadrian's Wall. And then with the fall of the Roman Empire did not go far enough, I was just thinking a million barbarian hordes descending on one place and the absolute nightmare of logistics that would ensue, as happened in Rome when barbarians took over and like, well, fuck, there's a lot to do here. Shit, I don't want to do any of this. And lastly...
And then the administration changed like 10 times.
Yes, exactly. And it just kept changing administration. And lastly, look him in the eyes and tell him that's not your knife. This factored in two ways. One, the just brass balls of trying to get your way through the system in place. But second of all, it made me think of TSA. And so I may just try to like end up being kind of like a TSA checkpoint.
Oh no, you're so right.
So it was a shitty barbarian TSA checkpoint, is what I came to. As you might imagine, a lot of these factions were recurring world building things that I just kind of all flung together and saw what happened. And I had a list of different like possible factions that you could encounter, and you guys met less than half of them. So there was like a million ways this mission could have gone. Do you guys have questions about calls that I made or the plot of the mission?
Actually, yes. When they took out the inn and it was empty, was that intentional?
No, that was because when Gideon activated his first Unverwüstlich and made those big, awesome prosthetic wings, he used the Malkin's wealth.
Nice.
That was the main call I wanted to bring up. Because I said at the time, oh, there's a reason for it. That's why, is he used their wealth.
Yep.
Any other calls, question about calls or the plot of the mission?
No, it was a lot of fun.
Excellent. I hope this satisfied your Raubritter and honorary Raubritter fantasies.
It was... I am just here still stunned by the fact that like Gideon ended up being more of a date than fucking Ri'ik. Here we are.
Yeah. To briefly review the characters, my first time seeing all of them, I guess we'll start with Gina. I was skeptical, but I really like her. use the Samaritan kit well, combo with her kind of sociopathy really well. The Samaritan is a class that is designed to be able to be played as a douche if you wish, and you made great use of it. And I really wish I'd gotten to see her combat capacities more, but at the same time, you did a great job knowing when not to use them.
Yes.
I feel like you're going to go into reflex more, or you may want to consider it, because she does feel reflexish.
Yep. The build is max out Might and Vigor and then go for Reflex.
Awesome. Yeah. It's great. It's a really cool build. I think it's very, very interesting, and I would love to see it on more missions. Ri'ik, that was, I feel like he was the most standard character on the mission, weirdly enough. And honestly, he was a great intro to the Ri'ik class for me. As soon as I started kind of picking up your pacing, I was like, okay, I'm starting to get how this class works. The Raven gimmick is fun and unusual. And I quite enjoyed how you were just like, yeah, okay, I just eat shit here. I just fucking get obliterated. That happened a couple of times.
That is a proprietary experience.
It's just really funny. Both you and Gideon made fantastic use of hand cannon and the Morning Star. There's just so many implications for those items. That's very fun to see being used. Great use of your Sumptuary Furs. Great job managing your war chest. God fucking damn, the Samaritan is a great combo with this class. It's so cool to watch. How did it feel playing him for the first time?
Yeah, I actually, I mean, the first time since it's released, right?
Yeah.
It was fun. It was something else you don't really experience this with any other class.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that we finally have a class that is like straight up evil.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, not really evil, right? But like shitty morals at the
Yeah.
very least.
Pure amoral chaos. It's really fun.
Yes.
And lastly, Gideon. He has a lot of gravitas. You so confidently blew yourself up at the very beginning. I was like, I don't know where you're going with this, but honestly, he was a great intro to what the class can do when really pushed. You clearly have so much experience behind him that I felt like, wow, like I'm having to learn from Julian just by like watching the shit you're pulling off. It's a class that really forces you to kind of embrace limitations and eat shit in order to get what you want out of it. Yeah, I'd say that the most interesting thing about him is how like weirdly charismatic he is when he wants to be. And you play him with an enormous amount of confidence. Given you have quite a lot of experience with the class, what was it like playing it on this mission with the class as released, especially with a conduit who have never seen him before?
I'm just so very happy how like we did some changes on the wording before it became released, but it like still feels as much the same class as it did before. Like I don't think I've looked up a single thing on the sheet the entire
Great.
mission.
Brilliant.
As like this is how close we have gotten before it, and now that's just like you having no context of it outside of seeing the sheet and talking it through it with us, picking it up like this. Very happy with how it all turned out.
Awesome. That you're right, by the way. The Langesmesser is fantastic. Really cool item. It just I never would have expected that effect was so good. Never. But you have so many combos with it on the class. It's beautifully done. Do you guys have any final thoughts before we sign off? Awesome. In that case, my friends for whom it is 5:30 in the morning, go to sleep, please.
I will, don't worry.
And happy Enclave Day. Thank you guys so much for hosting during the event. I hope you've had fun. I hope you poor things have enjoyed having your second all-nighter in a row. And thank you so much. You guys did fantastically, and it was awesome getting to host for you.
Mission name?
Good point. Mission name. What do we think?
Rome wasn't destroyed in one day.
God.
I don't know right now.
Anyway, here's Wanderwall. I was gonna make the joke, but like,
Yeah, which was the joke? Like the first part of the sentence was anyway. I am going to be playing Gideon. Second part focus with
yeah,
Wanderwall.
here's Wanderwall. Yeah, Christ. I was even thinking about trying to work that into the mission name. Here, to give you guys time to sleep, let's do mission name in post in text chat, just to give you guys some time to rest. Let's do our outros in the same order, which, fuck, I think it was Julian, Tomáš, Aliizi. Sign yourselves out, and we will wrap up.
As I've, from my own sensibilities, I've probably said 1,000 times, but more likely 15. I hope to see all of you watching on the server sometime. And, well, this has been fun, and I am tired, and I'm not going to say anymore.
Marvelous. And Tomáš.
I had like a thing Friday which I proceeded to forget within like 30 seconds, so now I have nothing prepared. So fun mission. Go play the operator. Very recommended. Me and Julian will be happy to host for you. All right.
Awesome. And lastly.
Yep. Was lovely being here. Bringing out Gina. Wonderful mission. Have a lovely night all.
Thank you so much. And as always, my name is Robbie Howell. Thank you so much for watching, and ciao for now.